Rami expecting a video because I'll enjoy today's video. If you are new here, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button as I want to hit 9,000 subscribers by the end of August and 14K by the end of the year. And if you don't understand why I'm remastering this What If, it's because, well, we have hit 8,000 subscribers. This is basically my 8,000 subscriber special, though you may be wondering why I'm repeating this What If. It's because I had promised you guys, my fans, that every 1,000 subscribers to 10,000 subscribers, I would make a What If that I believe got me to where I am today, and that What If today seems to be this one. What if Naruto had all Dojutsu? And by 10K, knock on wood that I get that far, we will be making What If Naruto was adopted by Kakashi and Guy, the first What If I ever made on the channel. But thank you for the recent support, and this is the 8,000 subscribers special. And with that being said, we can now hop into the video. Naruto is going to be born, just like he had in canon, but the difference being is that nobody's going to be there. Minato is not able to make Hiruzen promise to take care of Naruto, and really just nobody's there, except for Orochimaru. You see, Orochimaru had just so happened to be visiting the village, and as the chaos had ensued and the Nine Tails had been basically just rampaging everywhere, he had managed to grab a few experiments, if you will. Because, like we all know, or like we should all know, Orochimaru tends to kidnap people and start experimenting on them. That's basically how he became a rogue ninja. And he sees that Minato and Kushina's child was just born. Nobody's there. He swoops in, takes Naruto. They then go back to his hideout as Orochimaru puts Naruto in a test tube. Naruto is going to get all Dojutsu from an experiment. Basically, Orochimaru is going to kidnap Naruto and start experimenting him, or basically, starting to experiment on him like he did with most promising children of the Leaf Village. But instead of just doing some random things with Naruto, he would decide to make Naruto his greatest experiment. By that I mean, he would add Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, and Shinoike DNA. If you don't know the Shinoike clan, it is where the Katsuryagan originates from. I just wanted to mention that because not a lot of people talk about the Katsuryagan. Not a lot of people actually know about it. But it is a dojutsu, and if you really want to know more about it, just look it up. There's a lot of stuff on it. Anyways, Naruto would then start to grow, as Naruto would be in a water-like chamber for about 9 years of his life, where he would finally emerge with the power of 6 clans flowing through his veins. Those clans being the Great Uzumaki clan, which gives Naruto a powerful life force, and the Great Namikaze clan, which, well, is just his father's bloodline, which he was born with, and the Senju clan, which gives him immense healing factor, the Uchiha, which gives him the ability to use the Sharingan, the Hyuga clan, which gives him the ability to use the Hyuga's famed Byakugan, and the Shinoike clan, which he wasn't born with, but allows him to use the Katsuryagan and to manipulate iron in people's blood. Naruto would then emerge with the Rinnegan within his right eye and the Tenseigan in his left. Orochimaru would immediately perk up and run to the room that Naruto was in, as he was so happy that Naruto had finally emerged. You see, Naruto over time had started to wake up within his water-like chamber, if you will. So he knew that Orochimaru had been experimenting on him, and he saw a lot of people come and go in the room that he was in, as well as the fact that there was many other test tubes, if you will, nearby. So he saw many children with him, if you will. I don't know how to really explain that, but basically, he really is astonished and surprised at his surroundings and everything that's new to him, because right now, he has the Rinnegan, so he's kind of seeing different, if you will. He also has the Tenseigan in his other eye, so like everything's just different to him, right? And he could see chakra with the Rinnegan technically, so he's just kind of like just seeing everything in a different light. Naruto would then look at Orochimaru, as Orochimaru would basically claim that Naruto is his son and that he's finally awakened. Naruto, for the longest time, would now be raised by Orochimaru. He's going to be raised by Orochimaru for about 3 years, making Naruto, well, since he's 9 right now, 12 years old. Naruto throughout these years would train so hard that he managed to unlock all of his dojutsus, and he was so skilled with it that he was able to actually activate each of them whenever he saw fit. Orochimaru was pleased with Naruto, seeing him as the perfect experiment, the greatest experiment he had ever made. But one day, a man had showed up at Orochimaru's hideout. This man, well, it's a boy, but it's a man. By that I mean Itachi Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha had showed up at the hideout and had basically just easily defeated Orochimaru. He would then look around, seeing Naruto, who immediately got up and, well, I guess you could say got into attack mode / defense mode, as he saw who he knew as his father, Orochimaru, just get injured, as he was then enraged. Itachi would quickly evade Naruto's attacks as he realized the immense speed that the kid had, that kid being Naruto. Itachi would then decide that he doesn't want to mess around, as he saw the Sharingan appear in Naruto's eyes, which really took him back a lot. "Who are you?" Itachi would ask. "I am Naruto, son of Orochimaru." Orochimaru's son? That doesn't make any sense. Do you have a mother? Do you know your mother? No, I don't. I only know my father, Orochimaru. Such lies. They irritate me. Itachi would then tell Naruto that Orochimaru is not his father. Naruto would be taken back by this, as he didn't really understand what Itachi was saying, and just saw it as Itachi, I guess you could say, bluffing. But Naruto would soon come to realize that Itachi was not bluffing. His face expression had not changed, heck, he hadn't even moved a muscle, as Itachi would then begin to continue to speak. "Naruto, that is your name, is it not?" Yes. "Tell me, why? Why do you think that Orochimaru is your father? It makes no sense. Answer me this." "Yeah, go on." "When you were born, or quote-unquote born, did you remember everything that happened?" "Yeah, I was pretty wet, if I can remember." He's wet because he was in the test subject type thing, right? So he's gonna be pretty wet. "And my clothes were starting to dampen, and I saw a man. I saw my father for the first time. Orochimaru." Do you think that most people remember the time that they were born?" No. My father always told me I was special. Am I not?" "The dojutsu of yours is truly special." This is nothing. Now, Rinnegan." Naruto would quickly switch his eyes to the Rinnegan, as Itachi would drop his jaw, but only for a moment, as he would regain his composure. "How surprising. I never knew you had such a dojutsu. So, let me explain why Orochimaru is not your father. You see, Orochimaru experiments on many people. Being his quote-unquote son, you should know that many people come in and out of this hideout, and many do not return. That is because they die. They do not have the proper genetics to withhold any sort of experiments that Orochimaru puts them through. But many live. Maybe 10%, maybe more. I'm not sure on the true number. Though, I am sure that he is not your father. You, Naruto, you do not belong to this man Orochimaru. You are a native of the Leaf Village. I am sure of it." "Are you sure?" I guess you could call it a hypothesis. But let's test it." Itachi would then awaken his Sharingan or activate it, as he's not really awakening it, but activating it, as he would then put Naruto under a genjutsu as they made eye contact. Naruto would look at where he was and what he was doing, as he would be looking at an infant with blonde hair and rosy cheeks as he was being held by a man with blonde hair and a woman with red hair. Who are these people? Naruto thought to himself. And why are they holding a baby that looks like what I may have looked like? Naruto, are you so foolish that you don't even know what your parents look like? These are them. I've backtraced your memories. You were never born with Orochimaru. Is this real? Your voice, it paused for a moment. It seems to me like you are strong. Powerful enough to make my genjutsu not as potent as it should be. But that is fine. Just watch. You see Orochimaru walking up to you and taking you from the arms of your then dead parents? No. It can't be. Orochimaru is my father, and the only father that I will ever know, the only father that I will ever have. This is insane, absurd. Listen to the words that Minato, your father, and Orochimaru had exchanged. Who is that? Oh, I am Orochimaru. Why, can you not see my face? I'm afraid not. It seems to me like the Reaper has already started to take my soul. Do you mean the Reaper? Like the Reaper of Death? Yes, Orochimaru. You should be familiar with it, as I know that you study many jutsu. And since I can't see any other ninja around, I'll suspect that you're the only one here. If so, please take Naruto and run. Please take Naruto and give him a life that I cannot. Why are you asking me that? Do you not know who I am? Do you not know that Hiruzen had tracked me down and seen what I was doing to many children of the Leaf Village and experimenting on them? Do you not know that I am a rogue ninja? I am fully aware. And I feel dumb to make this decision. Heck, I feel dumb to even entrust you to it. But Naruto cannot grow up without a father. He cannot grow up without emotional support. He needs somebody to lean on. Somebody to love him. Orochimaru would then smirk as he would tell Minato that, though it may not be the time, he has decided that he will raise his son. But, Minato, Orochimaru would speak. How will you repay me? Asking somebody who's gonna die how they'll repay you? How Orochimaru like? I don't know. I don't really know. Just do it out of the kindness of your heart, will you? Whatever. It'd be an honor to raise a former Hokage's son. Now, his name is Naruto, right? Yes, it is Naruto. I had thought about naming him Menma, but I decided I do not care what you decided, Minato. May you rest in peace. Minato would then smile, as he would be happy that Naruto would have a father and would be raised how a normal child should be raised. Naruto, live on. Continue my legacy, Minato thought to himself. He also realized how dumb he was in entrusting somebody like Orochimaru with his son and thinking that he'd grow up as a normal boy, but laughed it off and just wished for the best. Naruto, watching this, would break down in front of Itachi within this genjutsu, as Itachi would tell Naruto that he is a Leaf Village ninja. Naruto's whole world had shattered. Everybody who he had met was gone. They really meant nothing to him, due to the fact that they only meant something to him because of Orochimaru, who was his father at that time. But he had just realized that Orochimaru wasn't his true father. He was what you could call a fraud. How do you know all this? How don't I know that this is just some illusion? It is an illusion, Naruto. You're so flustered that I know it must be true. Because even you, a 9-year-old boy, well, you would know that this is a genjutsu. You wouldn't think twice about it. Because you can't relive your life. Your life has been a lie. Though I am no longer allied with the Leaf, I promise that if you come with me, I can help you. Also, Naruto still has the 9 tails within him. I want to make that very clear because I did not state that in the beginning of the video. I can help you, Itachi would say. Help me how? I can rid you of Orochimaru, and you can live a normal life. Heck, what have you done throughout these years? Think back on it, Naruto. What have you done with Orochimaru? I've trained. Yes, trained, and trained. That's about it, is it not? Naruto had realized the truth behind Itachi's words as he would ask Itachi to help him. He would then get on his knees and start to beg, Itachi, please, help me, but rid me of this reality. Help me. It is hard to do what you are asking me. I cannot just rid you of this reality. I cannot and will not rid you of these memories. And I can promise you this, though. You will return back to the Leaf Village, where you will be shown kindness. As much as you can. Itachi thought to himself. Though, because you do have that tailed beast within you, it might be a bit harder for people to take a liking to you. Orochimaru would then wake up, because basically Itachi had put, sorry for the noise in the background, Itachi had put Orochimaru in the genjutsu, and Orochimaru had just woken up. As he would look around, realizing what had happened, as he would immediately try to run to where Itachi and Naruto should be. Itachi would realize that Orochimaru's chakra was approaching his own, as he would quickly release the genjutsu. Naruto would then fall to the ground with tears in his eyes, as Itachi would now stand with one hand out of his Akatsuki robe. Orochimaru, I thought you would learn. You are not getting my eyes, and you are not stopping me. Now, Sharingan. Orochimaru would quickly close his eyes, but as you may know, some genjutsu are just too potent that even when you close your eyes, you're not really getting away from it. And the problem that occurred was that he did not close his hearing. Itachi had just used an auditory genjutsu. I don't think that this is too unlikely, though it may be a bit unlikely, but I think that he should have an auditory genjutsu, judging by the fact that he is a genjutsu master, a prodigal genjutsu user, somebody who should in theory have genjutsu that is auditory, or instead of auditory, if you don't know what that word means, it's just, I guess you could say, musical, or just like how I'm talking to you, like he says a genjutsu. It's hard to explain, but with that being said, Itachi would then grab Naruto, putting him on his back as he would walk out of the hideout. Kisame would then ask who the boy on his back was, because Kisame was basically waiting outside for Itachi, as Itachi had told Kisame that if he wasn't out in about 30 minutes, then he should check on them. Kisame would then bat an eye at this, as he would continue to pressure Itachi about who the child was. It's not every day that an Akatsuki member just walks out with a child on their back. Itachi would then explain, this man, or this boy I should say, his name is Naruto. Naruto, huh? What an interesting name. Look at him. He's not related to you, is he? Of course not. How could you be so foolish to even think that? Do you not see our hair resemblance? Do you not see our power resemblance? I see. Now, like I was saying before, Kisame, His name is Naruto. You can go back to headquarters, but... Huh. You mean the hideout? Yeah. But go on, Itachi. But even if you do go back, I will be returning this boy to his rightful village. But Itachi, that makes no sense. Why would you return this filth back to his rightful village? I understand kindness, but don't you think this is going a bit too far? Kisame, you belong to the Mist Village, or at least you used to, did you not? Yes, and? Well, then you'd know how much a village means to you. You'd know the nostalgia you get when you see it. You have a point, but what does that matter? Clearly, this boy hasn't been to his village. That's the point. He's missed out on it. He hasn't had that. And you care? Yes, I do. But that's not on our agenda. We were supposed to defeat Orochimaru, then ask him to join the Akatsuki, or at least get every bit of information that he had on the Akatsuki. We weren't sent here to take some boy back to his village. Kisame, do you remember what options you were given when you joined the Akatsuki? I think it was pretty simple. We work for an organization that's goal is to bring about world peace. And to do so, they must obtain all 9 Biju. Yes, you are right. But do you remember a little something else? About every Akatsuki member being able to pursue their dreams and desires? Let's just say Kakuzu's dream was to collect money, as he is, well, I guess you could say, money organizer. Since Kakuzu kinda actually is, he deals with all the money and funds that the Akatsuki gets and things of the sort. But let's just say that his dream was to collect money. He would be allowed to do that and would be able to disregard the agenda of the Akatsuki. We were given that choice. That was the main reason why some of us joined. Sasori, for example, is able to pursue his art while working under us as an organization. I see your point. Well, I shall not return this boy. I suggest you return to the hideout. Whatever you say, Itachi. Kisame and Itachi would then part ways, as Itachi would arrive at the village gate a day later, as Itachi is pretty quick, and Orochimaru's hideout isn't too far away from the Leaf Village, but it's decently far away, enough to make Itachi have to spend a day trying to get there. Itachi would then tell Naruto that this is farewell, that this is the last time that they should see each other, and if they do see each other again, it might be on the battlefield, it might be against one another. Naruto, I suggest you find out where the 3rd Hokage is, and I suggest you ask him to tell you about Minato and Kushina. Remember that. I also suggest for him to tell you about the ninja world. See if you're interested in it. A boy like you with so much power. You'd be a prodigy, Itachi thought to himself. Now. Go. Start your life from here. Start over. Itachi would then leave, as everybody had basically just saw him leave this boy and just walk away. And everybody knew of Itachi's face. Some had even served with him on many battlefields and were just astonished. Especially the village guards, who had basically just been bombarded with the extreme amount of bloodthirst and bloodlust coming off of Naruto and Itachi. Itachi had only done this so that no villagers had really questioned him. He didn't want to answer any questions. Heck, he didn't even want to take up any of his time, especially in case Sasuke was there. He didn't want to meet Sasuke, especially knowing that Sasuke might be mentally unstable, at least a little bit, from the genjutsu that he had put him under. Itachi would then look behind him, as he would say under his breath, farewell. And with that being said, this has been What If Naruto at All Dojutsu Part 1. I hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. Make sure to like, share the video to our friend Alex What Ifs, or just anime content in general. Subscribers, I want to hit 9,000 subscribers by the end of August. And 40K by the end of the year. And with that being said, I hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. And if you want to, you could tell me some what if suggestions is that you guys would want done, and maybe your thoughts and feelings about the video. And if I don't do those what if suggestions on this channel, I'll probably do them on my second channel. But with that being said, Rami X. Oh.
So when I was trying to get the file for this, I guess you could say part of the video, it kind of like messed up, courtesy of my PC kind of being a little doo-doo. So if some of you guys could go support the links down below, that would be appreciated, but you don't have to. With that being said, this audio part right here may be a little choppy, but if you haven't seen the series so far, please listen to it, because this is a very important part. Now, begin.
So, hope you all enjoy. In the last part, we ended off with Naruto being dropped off at the Leaf Village by Itachi on his own agenda. Kisame had kind of questioned Itachi about this, but Itachi gave a fair enough answer for Kisame to just go back to headquarters of the Akatsuki, or the Akatsuki's hideout to be more exact. Naruto was also told by Itachi to seek out help from Hiruzen. As such, he would go to the Hokage office, or the Hokage Tower, whatever you want to call it, as he would then seek help from Hiruzen, telling him everything that he knew, A, about Orochimaru, B, about his life, C, about his parents, etc., as he did figure out that Minato and Kushina are his mother and father. Hiruzen would then tell Naruto to come with him, as they would go to that was pretty secluded and had a campfire nearby. Hiruzen would then light this campfire with fire style, as he would tell Naruto to sit down. Naruto would then do so, as Hiruzen would tell Naruto that he apologizes for not taking responsibility. What do you mean, Naruto would ask, as Hiruzen would continue. Yes, we sent Anbu squads and people like Danzo, Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma and Kurenai after you to look for you, but I should have been there. I should have been out there looking for you with them, but I didn't. I was too hurt because my wife died in the Nine-Tails attack. I'm so sorry. It's really okay, old man. No, it's not. Hiruzen would then shed a tear as he would tell Naruto that he cannot forgive himself. I want you to be my successor. Successor? What do you mean by that, Hiruzen? You will succeed me in becoming Hokage. The acknowledgement of all villagers you must obtain first, but then you will become a Hokage. Okay, old man. No, it's Hiruzen. It doesn't really matter to me. Naruto would then nod as he would go to Hiruzen for training every day, and they would just kind of bond together, and they would have like a father-son figure, because, that's just how it's gonna be. And Naruto would kind of have like a brother-like role with Asuma and Konohamaru. Asuma being the big brother, Konohamaru being the younger brother. Naruto would then train vigorously, like I said before, with Hiruzen, as they would continue to train for about a year. During this year, Naruto has learned many techniques, as he's being trained directly by Hiruzen to precede him, Hokage-wise, as Hiruzen had learned of Naruto's Dojutsu and had helped him strengthen them and make his body stronger to deal with the strain of all the Dojutsu. Not only that, but Naruto learned many jutsu, most notably the Edo Tensei Jutsu, the Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, the Water Dragon Jutsu, the Earth Dragon Jutsu, so on and so forth, for other chakra natures. So like Fireball Jutsu for Fire Style, Fire Phoenix Fire Jutsu for Fire Style as well, Earth Dragon Jutsu, etc. Water Dragon Jutsu, Wind Bullet, things of the sort, right? But more importantly, he most relies on these jutsus, that being Wood Style and the Rasengan. And I know, you may be asking yourself, how would he know the Rasengan if Jiraiya didn't teach it to him? Well, it was said that Hiruzen knew all Leaf Jutsu, and even some Kekkei Genkai, like the Inuzuka's high sense of smell, which he used against Orochimaru, which would mean He knows the Rasengan, or at least the basics of the jutsu. And not only that, but Naruto managed to learn the summoning jutsu. And I know you also may be asking yourself how Naruto learned wood style. Well, he has Hashirama cells, but he was actually taught by Hashirama himself, using the Hashirama cells within himself to revive Hashirama and learn wood style through his teachings. This was also a heartwarming experience for Hiruzen, getting to see his former sensei and tell him all of the great things that he had done after his death. And Naruto on his own, after this training, fought against Yugito Ni and Killer Bee. He had found new ways to use his Tail Beast chakra through fighting them, as he got a good handle on about half of the Nine-Tails chakra. Naruto's first way of using the Nine-Tails chakra is known as Assault Mode, otherwise known as Attack Mode, because he calls it Attack Mode, this version of it, because he also has another form of it called Attack Mode. Assault Mode. Attack Mode, Assault Mode. I kind of think that's a bit confusing, so I'm just going to make his first form that I'm about to talk about called Attack Mode, and his other form called Assault Mode / Berserk Mode. Anyhow, Naruto in this state pushes Nine-Tails chakra to his fist, legs, and chest, as he is able to increase all physical stats, only leaving his head unguarded. Next is Defense Mode, which Naruto collects all of his own chakra and the Nine-Tails' chakra and merges the two together. Also, you may be wondering how he masters half of the Nine-Tails. Well, it's pretty simple. If the Nine-Tails doesn't kind of rely on Naruto and doesn't really just give him his chakra, well, then Naruto genjutsus him. It's that simple. But through Naruto telling the Nine-Tails multiple times that he doesn't like to genjutsu him just so that he can use his power, the Nine-Tails kind of formed a bond with Naruto to where he'll let Naruto use half of his power. Anyhow, Naruto then has another form or state, whatever you want to call it, which is known as Defense Mode, which Naruto collects all of his chakra and the Nine-Tails' chakra, like I said, merging it together as he creates a chakra armor capable of tanking hits from a fatigued Hiruzen and Second Gate guy. Now you may be wondering again, why Kakashi has the Second Gate? He was only shown to use the First Gate, and it's because Kashi has been training with Hiruzen, that being the first reason why he's, well, a heck of a lot stronger, and B, he was able to learn the Second Gate basically by going back to the first way that he learned the First Gate, and that was by taking what Guy told him to do. And basically, this would take him about 6 months, even with the help of his Stage 3 Tomoe, or 3 Tomoe Sharingan. So this is a 2 times stronger Kakashi. Just so you know, the gates actually amplify your power by 6 times, and that's lowballing it each gate. So Kakashi's gonna be. Anyhow, the last state that Naruto can use is known as Assault Mode / Berserk Mode. And no, this is not like Meliodas' Assault Mode. In this state, Naruto loses the ability to control himself, causing him to go berserk, due to the fact that he lets both his chakra abilities and the Nine-Tails' run loose. A dangerous combination at that. Hiruzen, seeing Naruto's skill, would tell him to join a squad, as Naruto would be placed on Team Kakashi, otherwise known as Team 7. Because he would have no scores in the academy, making him technically the worst academy student, and causing him to be able to be put on the same team as Sakura and Sasuke, and the same team that he was in on canon, or in canon. The events of the canon would unfold as the introductions go a lot different, especially because of Naruto's appearance. Naruto wore his regular orange spandex, but it had the symbols of the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, and Sarutobi on his right arm, and the Hyuga, Chinoiki, Namikaze, and the Leaf Village's symbol on his left arm. And he carried a scroll on his back, which was basically attached by Velcro, which contained his summoning jutsu and a few items that he has sealed away, like 2 short swords those are, and one of which that belonged to the late Shisui Uchiha, and the other of which that was remodeled. And now you may be asking yourself, why Naruto has all these powerful jutsu, and why he's so overpowered? Well, if he has all jutsu that the Kashi has been training with Hiruzen, that being the first reason why he's, well, a heck of a lot stronger, and B, he was able to learn the Second Gate basically by going back to the first way that he learned the First Gate, and that was by taking what Guy told him to do. And basically, this would take him about 6 months, even with the help of his stage 3 Tomoe, or 3 Tomoe Sharingan. So this is a 2 times stronger Kakashi. Just so you know, the gates actually amplify your power by 6 times, and that's lowballing it each gate. So you can see how strong Kakashi's gonna be. Anyhow, would tell him to join a squad, as Naruto would be placed on Team Kakashi.
If you did not catch that right there, basically Hiruzen is telling Naruto to join a squad because he sees how powerful Naruto is and how that strength could be used on a squad.
Otherwise known as Team 7. Because he would have no scores in the academy, making him technically the worst academy student, and causing him to be able to be put on the same team as Sakura and Sasuke, and the same team that he was in on canon, or in canon. The events of the canon would unfold as the introductions go a lot different, especially because of Naruto's appearance. Naruto wore his regular orange spandex, but it had the symbols of the Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, and Sarutobi on his right arm, and the Hyuga, Chinoiki, Namikaze, and the Leaf Village's symbol on his left arm. And he carried a scroll on his back, which was basically attached by Velcro, which contained his summoning jutsu and a few items that he tucked away in case he has to get, serious. And by that I mean he just has to go all out. He also carries short swords within them, one of which belonged to the late Shisui Uchiha, and another that was remodeled after it. And now you may be asking yourself, why Naruto has all these powerful jutsu? Well, it's because he was picked by Hiruzen to be his successor, and Naruto, in the eyes of the public, was very close to it. And that was without them knowing of his 3 Tomoe Sharingan, Byakugan, Tenseigan, Ketsuryugan, his wood style, and even his ties to the former Hokage Minato, and former Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Jonin, Kushina. If all of this info was revealed to the public, he would be accepted as Hiruzen's, I guess you could say, predecessor, or not necessarily the predecessor because he's a successor, so he's under him, but he'd be fully accepted as his successor. And so Danzo tried to take advantage of this because a few hundred thousand villagers were in outrage until Naruto went on a mission where he fought Yugito Ni and Killer B. I kind of dabbled in this just a tiny bit earlier in the video and talked about how he fought them, but I didn't really get into it. And he actually managed to make them surrender and run. This was on a mission to gather information about the Cloud, and if they were still pushing to gain land, because the Cloud has been shown to be aggressive. Though, Naruto hates when people bring up the situation and the story, because both Yugito and B were fatigued from earlier missions, and they were previously injured. So Naruto knew they weren't all at full strength. Anyhow, Sasuke and Sakura would say that they had basically what they had in canon. Basically what I'm trying to say is that Sasuke and Sakura would say exactly what they had in canon for their introductions, whereas Naruto would say that his favorite food is ramen, and his dream is to become Hokage, as well as the fact that he hates people who give up. Naruto would then sleep the next day and would actually eat the next day as well, as he knew he wasn't gonna puke because he knew he was strong enough just not to, if you will. Naruto would then appear as he would then smirk to himself as Kakashi wasn't even there. Sorry for that background noise, it was a water bottle popping. Naruto would then say that he is ready for the bell test as he would look over at his subordinates slash teammates slash comrades, that being Sakura and Sasuke, as he would ask them if they have any injuries that he should take note of. Sakura and Sasuke would both shake their heads as they thought that Naruto was a bit of a weirdo and why he would ask them such a question, even though for Naruto it was pretty normal, as he was just making sure that his subordinates were at full capacity and could fight however they wanted. Naruto would then tell Sasuke and Sakura to help him out, as they would both decline, which was kind of surprising to Naruto, as most people wouldn't, especially knowing who Naruto is. But then he just assumed that they don't know who he is, and that would also explain why they were so reluctant to help him. Sasuke and Sakura would then be asked by Naruto again to aid him from left and right, as Sasuke would shake his head, deciding not to take orders from some snot-nosed kid with the lowest scores in the academy, which he would say. Naruto would smirk. Lowest scores in the academy. Sasuke, do you know how you become a strong ninja? How? Results. Because if one wants to become Hokage, they must show results. Results and results. Seriously? I don't care about your dream of becoming Hokage. No, even here now. Once, I met with somebody. A great man. A strong one at that, too. He was strong enough to beat me. Well, kind of. His name was Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke would immediately go wide-eyed as Naruto would continue. He wore robes with red clouds on them, and he spoke very, almost maniacally, but also so calm and so quiet that you could hear water and raindrops dropping. I don't know if that makes sense, Sasuke.
After saying this, Naruto would explain that he's sorry for the complication within his words as he would continue.
Sorry for the complication in your words. You should be sorry for lying to me. Some kid like you could never go up against Itachi. Oh, right. You know him. Of course I know him. He's my older brother. He must be the person that you so badly want to kill. But he's not a bad person. He's not a bad person. Sasuke's Uchiha blood would start to boil. You don't know half of the story. Itachi killed our clan. And that's enough for me to hate him. That's enough for me to say that he's a bad person. I see. I don't know if I agree, but sure. Either way, I think that his motive in killing the clan wasn't because he just wanted to. There's something deeper. I know it. Anyhow, Naruto had only asked Sasuke and Sakura to cooperate with him because he knows the importance of teamwork, but he also knows the importance of going it solo. Kakashi, knowing who he was going up against, would quickly act. And if you were wondering why Sasuke and Sakura don't know about Naruto, mere 12-year-olds who just squeamishly made it out of the academy, like Sasuke and Sakura, sorry for that, Sasuke, have no clue about Naruto besides him being a last-minute pick for a team. That's why Sasuke blatantly defies Naruto. Naruto would then smirk as he was now staring into Kakashi's eyes. Naruto would then launch a water-style water dragon jutsu as the water from the attack would cover Naruto's hair, which would then cover his Rinnegan, which was in his left eye, whereas his Sharingan, which was in the Three Tomoe state, was in his right eye. Also, Sasuke has not caught notice of this Dojutsu that Naruto has, that being the Sharingan, or Rinnegan actually, but he has seen Kakashi's, which would make him a little enraged. He would then step in front of Naruto, firing off an Uchiha-style Fireball Jutsu. This would catch Naruto's eye, but it would just be nothing to Kakashi, as he would quickly make a water-style Water Dragon Jutsu. Then, a lot of smoke would kind of appear, but it was actually just steam, but it kind of took on the form of smoke. It was from the water and fire colliding. Naruto would then continue to stare down Kakashi as they would make eye contact. Kakashi would then try to put Naruto in a genjutsu as Naruto would then smirk. You can't happen to hope to make me move. Only auditory genjutsu can work on me. Sasuke would then appear in front of Naruto again, firing an Uchiha-style Great Fireball Jutsu again, almost as if he didn't learn from his past mistake. Kakashi would respond yet again with a Water Dragon, which overwhelmed Sasuke's Fireball this time, even though Sasuke was a bit enraged, seeing the Sharingan in somebody like Kakashi's eyes, somebody who, in Sasuke's mind, didn't deserve to have the Sharingan. But Sasuke had no time to dodge the Water Dragon that Kakashi had fired, as he would put his arms in an X-like shape, attempting to block. Sakura would then step in front of Sasuke, protecting him, which made her clothes wet, and would also send her into a tree, which would also cause Sakura to fall unconscious, to Naruto's and Sasuke's surprise, as well as a bit of Kakashi's surprise, as he didn't realize how weak Sakura was. But then again, everybody on the team is a jack of all trades, at least in Kakashi's mind. After that, Naruto would get into attack mode, which I mentioned earlier, where he basically uses the Nine Tails chakra, mixes it with his own, as he does with every mode form he has, and then pushes chakra to all of his most important limbs for fighting. Naruto would then tell Sasuke to not get in the way, because if he does, he will get hurt. Naruto sensed the serious pressure of Naruto's seriousness, if you will, as Sasuke would decide to listen this time, seeing chakra physically emanating off of Naruto's limbs and deciding to agree with Naruto's judgment. Naruto would then rush towards Kakashi, sending him flying towards a wall of rocks. Kakashi would then appear behind Sasuke, as Sasuke would look at Kakashi, staring directly into his eyes, as Kakashi would place Sasuke in a genjutsu. Sasuke in this dazed state would stand still, as Kakashi would grab a kunai, ready to hit Sasuke, though he was bluffing, obviously not wanting to injure his own students. Before Kakashi could even get close to Sasuke, would headbutt Kakashi into a wall of rocks, as he would make contact, creating smoke upon impact.
If you don't know who's doing that, it is Naruto, just so that it's very clear.
Kakashi would then stand up, as he would then start to cough a little. Naruto would then rush into the smoke, continuing his attack/onslaught. On the offensive, Kakashi would then be sent into Sasuke's direction. Naruto would then create a clone to grab Kakashi so that he didn't injure Sasuke. Naruto would then smirk, telling Kakashi that he should not underestimate him, and he should know that, knowing how powerful he is. As he would then kick Kakashi into the air, Kakashi would realize the damage that he's been taking, as he would decide to activate the first gate of opening, which he does have. Naruto would then make his clone throw him into the sky, as he and Kakashi would then start to go airborne and would have a fight in the sky, if that makes sense. Kakashi would then go toe-to-toe with Naruto, as Naruto would then tell Kakashi that he's no slouch, but that doesn't mean that he's going to win. Kakashi would then decide to test Naruto's wits, as he would raise his chakra up to about 60%, putting Naruto on guard and giving him enough time to send an Earth Dragon hurling towards Sakura and Sasuke. Also, you may be wondering why Naruto's not just clapping Kakashi, but like I mentioned before, this is technically a 6 times stronger Kakashi. Technically, depending on how much you think the gates increase your power, but this might even be a 12 times increased Kakashi, depending on how much you think the gates increase your power. And even so, Naruto's not using the Sharingan's Eye of Hypnosis, and he's not using the Rinnegan's 6 paths abilities. Naruto would then quickly enter defense mode, as he would get on the ground, grabbing Sakura and Sasuke, and taking the damage for them, as he would rest them near the protection of a few trees. Naruto would then continue to fight Kakashi, as Kakashi would send a fireball towards Sasuke and Sakura yet again. Naruto would then would do what he did last time, pushing chakra to his feet and rushing to the ground. Before he could, Kakashi would get into his way, as he would then kick Kakashi to the ground with all of his chakra in his foot. Smoke would then appear, as a log would then fall on the ground, making a bit of a sound like a substitution jutsu would. Naruto would then grit his teeth. A substitution. Kakashi would then hit Naruto into the ground, making sure to conserve enough speed to block his fireball from hitting them, just in case. Then, in the last few seconds before the jutsu landed, Naruto would realize he didn't have enough time to defend Kakashi and block the attack from hitting his allies. Naruto, realizing there was nothing he could do, would yell out, "Wood style. Wood wall." He would then protect Sakura and Sasuke, as he would continue to fight with Kakashi. Kakashi was surprised at how fast Naruto was, as Naruto would tell Kakashi that he's not too bad. As they would continue their fight, Naruto would then tell Kakashi that he's not playing around anymore, as he would then start to power up. The earth around him would start to shake just a little, as Naruto would smile. "I haven't used this much power on an opponent ever since I trained with Lord Third." How interesting. I'd really like to see what you have up your sleeve. Kakashi would then go full power as well, as they would then clash. The air around them was so dense that it would cause everything to shake, even a bit of the earth did. Naruto would then appear behind Kakashi, as Kakashi would appear behind Naruto, slamming him into the ground. Before Kakashi even realized it, Naruto was on top of Kakashi, ready to slam him into the ground as he would. Kakashi would then fall into the ground, as he would then do a little sidestep, causing Naruto to fall into the dirt, as he would then try to put Naruto under an auditory genjutsu, which Naruto would blocked the sound out of his ears so that this didn't work. Naruto would then tell Kakashi that he still hasn't used his Rinnegan, as this was the perfect way for Naruto to test it out on a opponent that wasn't Hiruzen, and also to basically see what his own sensei was capable of, and if his sensei was capable of leading him and kind of just being his sensei. Naruto would then tell Kakashi that it's over, as he would slap his hands together. Now, planetary devastation. Okay, you may be wondering why Naruto uses such a big attack. I think that's a common trend in this video. I keep saying you may be wondering. I don't know why. But you may be wondering why Naruto is using the planetary devastation on his own sensei. Well, it's because he wants to gauge his power. And he just kind of wants to try out the jutsu, as he hasn't really been able to use it. Kakashi would then float into the air, as Kakashi is a pretty smart cookie, if you will, so I think he would be able to figure out the weakness to the jutsu, that being that if you fire a strong enough jutsu at its core, it should break. Just like how Itachi figured that out. I think Itachi and Kakashi are about at the same smarts. If not, Itachi's just a little bit smarter. Kakashi would then whip out his Chidori, as he would power chakra into it and enter the second gate, slamming his Chidori through it and right through it, as the planetary devastation would be utterly annihilated, and both halves would kind of just fall to the ground, slamming into the earth and causing the whole Leaf Village to feel a bit of a tremor. A light one, but a tremor. Naruto would then smirk. You truly are as strong as they say, Master Kakashi. Have you accepted me as your sensei? Yes, I have. How'd you know I was testing you? Pretty simple, Naruto. You're smart, and you're strong. You want to know if somebody who's your sensei is strong enough to be yours. You already know I have the wits. You already know I'm wise enough. But you wanted to know if I was strong enough. Strong enough to lead you, Sasuke, and Sakura. I hope I answered your question. But Naruto, I must say, you're powerful yourself. I truly do believe if you push yourself, that you will be Hokage. You think so? Yeah, I have no doubt. Just like your father, you'll be a great Hokage. Well, now isn't that great? At least I have your approval, Kakashi-sensei. Just call me Captain Kakashi. No, I like Kakashi-sensei just a little bit better. Fine, Naruto. Well, Kakashi, my two teammates over there, Sakura and Sasuke. What level of strength would you consider them to be? From what I gathered, Sasuke at best is high Genin level at the moment, and that Sakura girl, well, she's just high academy level. I saw no real skills used by her, besides her protecting Sasuke and being hit by one of your water dragons, at least the last bit of the attack, and surviving to tell the tale. I'd give that low Genin level at least. She passed. Well, what was this exam really about? It was kind of cheap how you just busted the news on both Sakura and Sasuke, who spent 4 years in the academy, and told them that if they fail, they won't be passing. Yeah, you're right. It was about teamwork. I see. Now, wake them up. You're their comrade. Heck, you're their primary teammate, Naruto. You should do it. And you're their sensei. Now, I'm gonna go and train this Rinnegan. I've mastered most of its abilities, but I still have yet to test them out. And my Tenseigan and Ketsuryagan. Well, my Ketsuryagan's a bit of a tricky story. It's kind of brutal. And my Tenseigan, well, I think I'll use it for its chakra armor. But besides that, see you later, Kakashi. Naruto would then train, and eventually he would pass out, just on the grass, as he was exhausted from just depleting all of his chakra and fighting against Kakashi all out and trying to save his teammates, everything basically. And then the next day they would go on a few D-rank missions as they would kind of get acclimated to being a ninja. Naruto was very bored in these D-rank missions because at the bare minimum he was used to B ranks. Naruto would then request a C rank from Hiruzen, who would gladly give them one. But instead, new change to the timeline, Tazuna actually isn't making his, mission post, if you will, a scam. He's not scamming Team 7. He's actually put out that the mission is an A-rank mission, which is why Hiruzen actually doesn't give them a C-rank mission. He tells Naruto that he'll give him even better. He'll give him an A-rank mission. As Naruto has clearly shown the ability to do them, and with Kakashi on their team, it shouldn't be too hard for them to do so, especially since it would be very good experience for Sasuke and Sakura to really see the ninja world and not just fight some bandits or help somebody build a bridge. In this, you might even have to face off against the Demon of the Mist, Momochi Zabuza. I wonder if he's heard about me. Well, your name has skyrocketed through the other nations, like a wildfire, my son. You are right about that. Now, let's go. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi, known as Team 7, would then roll out and go to the Land of Waves with Tazuna. Tazuna now isn't sketchy to Kakashi because they know the specifics of the mission. They would be attacked by the Demon Brothers, but they weren't surprised that any ninja ambushed them, as they would easily be dealt with. And with that being said, this has been What If Naruto and Dojutsu. Basically, where we're leaving off is with all the events of the canon going as per usual until Naruto versus Zabuza. And like I said before, all the events of the canon have gone the same, so Kakashi,
take that how you will. With that being said, the next part should now play. Sorry for not editing out the intro. I just did not have the time. Like I said, courtesy of my PC, which you could help me get a new one, but it is what it is. Down below. Yeah, with that being said, roll the next part.
Rami X back in the video because I'll enjoy today's video. Make sure to like, share the video to our friends who likes what ifs or just anime content in general. And with that being said, hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. If you are new here, please consider hitting that like and subscribe button, as it would be greatly appreciated. But not only that, you can check out my second channel down below where I also make discussion videos and what ifs. And tell me if the audio on this video is just a bit better than any of my other videos. I just recently bought a new phone, though the audio aspect wasn't really why I upgraded. Anyhow, I hope you guys all enjoyed today's video, and with that being said, we can get into the video. So, in the last part, we ended off with Naruto basically getting to fight Zabuza, and we're at the beginning of that fight, so we'll kind of just pick up there. And we can now fully get into the story. Sakura would protect Tazuna, as Kakashi would fight Zabuza, and Naruto was also with Kakashi fighting Zabuza at this moment, until Sasuke, was basically being beat by Haku in Haku's ice mirrors. Naruto would immediately decide to help Sasuke, as Kakashi is a Jonin. He knows how powerful Kakashi is, as if Kakashi is also 2 times stronger. And so he just decides to go help Sasuke, who's in more of a predicament, if you will. And so he does. Naruto would enter the ice mirrors as he would look around, basically getting acclimated to his surroundings, as he would tell Sasuke that it's a bit cold. Sasuke would then laugh, telling Naruto that he already knew that, as he would fire off an Uchiha style Great Fireball Jutsu, knowing that he can now waste a little bit of chakra, especially since one of his comrades are there, that being Naruto. Naruto would then smirk. Well, let's do this, Sasuke. Eventually, they would realize that Haku was a bit too fast, as Naruto would decide that he would break the ice mirrors. Sasuke, when hearing this, would immediately laugh, as he was surprised that Naruto would even think of such a thing, because in a way it made no sense. But Naruto would explain, with one of his modes, if you will, because I explained how Naruto has assault mode / berserk mode, attack mode, and defense mode. With attack mode, if he pushes all chakra to one limb, he can fire off a superpowered kick, punch, or really even a headbutt if he so wishes to or chooses to. As such, Sasuke would understand, as Naruto would tell Sasuke to give him a little bit of time and stall. Sasuke would immediately get on the offensive, making and forcing Haku, in a way, to mainly focus on him, as Haku was curious of what Naruto was going to do, and if he would even do anything in the first place. Eventually, Naruto would be ready, as he would push all chakra to his foot, as he would get into the air, doing a bit of a spin and slamming his foot into the ice mirrors, which would immediately cause them to crack. Haku was immediately surprised at this, as Zabuza would get off-guarded. This is a stronger Kakashi by about 2 times if he's not using the gates, which would mean he would immediately slap Zabuza and just take advantage of him being off-guarded by somebody even being able to break Haku's ice mirrors, which was very surprising to him. Naruto would then smirk as he would grab Haku mid-air, because Haku was kind of flying down, if you will, because he was in the air just a little bit, as Naruto would then grab Haku and basically apply pressure to the joint of his foot and then slam him into the ground. This would kind of cause Haku to feel immense pain and would make him not really be able to stand, at least not with as much might, if you will. Naruto would then push Haku forward, as Haku would then stumble to his feet. Haku would then ask how Naruto was able to destroy his technique, or to be more specific, his ice mirrors. Naruto would then smirk. With my attack mode, any jutsu, well, any jutsu that I've faced is no match for my attack mode, especially if it's defense-based. Courtesy of my attack mode. You don't say. Well, let's see you break this. Magnificent Rock Dome of Nothingness. Magnificent Rock Dome of Nothingness is a technique that Haku has. He actually does have this in the canon, if you will, but it's when he is an Edo Tensei, and if he has it as an Edo, it's not like he's learning any jutsus in the afterlife. Just saying. Excuse my sniffle. So, I believe he's just gonna use it here. Naruto would then decide to do what he did again, as he would then slam his fist this time into the dome, as his fist would go right through it, but every side of the dome would not crack. Naruto was kind of surprised at this. He didn't break it, but he broke through. Naruto thought to himself, what an interesting jutsu. Haku, that's your name, is it not? Yeah, it is. Well, what an interesting jutsu you have here. Now, Naruto would immediately use his left hand, as his right hand was basically through the dome, as he used his left hand to cast a jutsu, that jutsu being the fire style fireball jutsu. Haku would immediately jump back as he would evade the fireball. This would give Naruto enough time to pull his hand out and to basically seem unscathed, even though around his hand he was starting to get a little bit cold and the blood vessels within his arms were starting to constrict, as the ice was still pretty cold, which usually happens when you're very cold or ice is on your arms. It really just depends on the situation and how cold it is, but we're going to say for the sake of the story that it's cold enough to make his arm feel numb. Naruto would then decide that he needs to go all out to defeat Haku, or at least not go 30%, because at this current moment, he's at about 30%. Naruto would then decide to raise his power up to about 70%, as he would now absolutely just slap around Haku. Haku was basically just getting slapped around like a rag doll, as Naruto would then decide that he was going to end it, as he would then pull back his fist and slam it into Haku. Haku would then go flying into a few trees, as a massive amount of smoke would appear, causing Naruto to believe that Haku had just made impact with the trees and had taken pretty good damage. Not minimal damage, but not really immense damage. Just that middle mark, if you will. Naruto would then decide that he was ready to finish off Haku, as, like I said before, Naruto has been in the ninja world. I said this in the last part. Naruto's been in the ninja world, so he kind of has his ninja morals already made up, and one of them is similar to his Nindo, if you will, and that's just, the never give up and things of the sort. And so, seeing what he had did to his comrade Sasuke, as Sasuke did have a few bruises, scratches, he had a few cuts that were bleeding, things of the sort. This is not the Sasuke that was like half dead though, so he's pretty good and he can stand, but Naruto wasn't standing for it, as he will do anything for his comrades, especially if they were in need or if they were injured. As such, he would start to approach Haku, as Haku would stand up for himself. Black marks would now be visible on Haku's body as his mask was completely shattered in two, behind him on the floor. Haku's muscle mass would then start to get bigger as he would then tell Naruto that he is no longer playing around. He has seen that Naruto is, well, a very good opponent and is very powerful, so he can no longer hold back, even if they are just Genin. Naruto would smirk. I wouldn't have it any other way. Now, let's see what you're made of, Haku. Haku would then rush towards Naruto as he would slam Naruto into a formation of rocks. Naruto was surprised at how fast and how strong Haku had gotten in mere moments. What were those markings? Naruto thought to himself. On the other hand, we now switch to the perspective of Zabuza, who had just been forced into a situation similar to Haku's. Black marks would now appear on his body as well. How interesting. I'm sure some of you may know what these are, but if you don't, they're curse marks. I think I made that kind of clear. But it was pretty simple how they got them. Basically, they had met Orochimaru on a mission, as this is not the normal timeline, so if Naruto's all Dojutsu, I'm kind of going to change up their side of the story, if you will. So they're just going to be a bit different and a lot stronger. Basically, they have the curse mark, and they have the highest form of curse mark, similar to the one that Sasuke has, and the other Sound 4 members. Meaning that they are Orochimaru's subordinates. Anyhow, let me explain how they got it. Basically, they were on a mission where they were about to die. Orochimaru was nearby and could sense the chakras basically colliding and fighting, so he decided to watch. Eventually, he would reach out to them and tell them that if they wanted to live, they would basically pledge their loyalty to him. As such, they would, and Orochimaru would give them the curse mark, and that's that. As such, they would get the curse mark, and they would continue to rise through the ranks, and their bodies, for the sake of the story, are going to be strong enough to withhold the curse mark, and they're not going to just, die. Because the curse mark success rate is kind of low. Which means that the curse mark success rate goes up. But with that being said, I think we can now get back to the story. Zabuza would then stand up with new might, if you will, as he was now 100% confident that he was going to beat Kakashi. So he would immediately put his all into it, as Kakashi would kind of get slapped around, just like Naruto was, but not really slapped around, but slapped. Kakashi would then be sent flying, but would catch his footing, using a kunai to grab onto the ground, and then basically catapulting himself into the air and firing off a fire-style fireball jutsu, and then immediately after that, a water-style water dragon jutsu, which would create a massive amount of steam, which helped Kakashi kind of maneuver around Zabuza with his Sharingan, being able to see through the steam / mist-like steam, as he would then cut Zabuza with a kunai. Dirty tricks, Kakashi. I never knew you were known for such things. Well, it's not every day that your opponent gets massive gains out of nowhere. Now, would you mind telling me what those black markings are? And why your power increased? Sorry, but I can't tell you that at the moment. Maybe I can tell you in the afterlife. Now, Zabuza would then unleash his mist, if you will. It was kind of shown as just a mist jutsu, so the mist is Kekkei Genkai of sorts. Kind of like how certain clans have one jutsu, it's just like the mist is jutsu. The mist jutsu, which would cause Kakashi to not really be able to see too much through the smoke, but with his Sharingan, it really helped. Kakashi and Zabuza would now have a fight, which was basically on even grounds, as Kakashi at this point hasn't really activated the first gate. And if this Kakashi is 2 times stronger, Kakashi and Zabuza kind of on even footing in the canon, with Zabuza being at a little bit of a disadvantage, and the curse mark gives about almost a 2 times gain. Well, then I think it's safe to say that they're on even footing at the moment, not to mention his other form of the curse mark. And we can now switch back to the perspective of Naruto. Naruto would now stand as he would crack his knuckles and crack his neck. So, Haku, how did you get so powerful? Just a minute ago, I was able to slam you around, just as if you were some doll. So tell me, where did that power come from? My power? It's nothing. Just a little advantage of being allied with Orochimaru. Orochimaru, you say? I know him. The snake guy, long black hair, long tongue, serpent eyes, and, that guy, one of the Sanin. I'm surprised you know him so well. Have you ever met him? No, but my old man's talked about him quite a lot. Like I explained before, Naruto's old man is Hiruzen, as they kind of have a father-son bond. And Hiruzen's talked about Orochimaru to Naruto, and has also warned Naruto of Orochimaru in the case that they ever meet, especially since he technically has met Orochimaru in his timeline, and Orochimaru has raised him and knows a lot about Naruto. So if they were to fight, it would be not too good of a situation, at least not for Naruto. But then again, Naruto's gotten a lot more skills, so I guess we would just have to see about that. Naruto would then decide that he's had enough, as he would immediately go into attack mode, pushing chakra into all four of his limbs, those being his arms and his legs. Naruto would then rush towards Haku, as Haku and Naruto would kind of be on an even footing, with Naruto having a slight advantage. Naruto would decide to raise his power up to 80%, as he would now start to dominate Haku, who would immediately realize such things, going all out. This would then put Haku at enough even terms to be able to not just kind of be smashed around, if you will, or slammed around, so he would actually be able to hold his ground, that being Haku. Naruto would then decide that he's tired of just kind of raising his power to trump Haku's, as he would just decide to go all out. This would put immense strain on Naruto's body, as he would then decide that he was going to end it with one attack. Naruto would then clap his hands together, as he would yell out, "Wood style, great wood attack." All directions would swarm Haku, as wood would appear. Haku would then be grabbed by the wood, as it is said that wood can absorb chakra, so it would start. It would absorb the chakra of the curse mark, as Haku's curse mark would then start to fade. Haku is now as weak as he was before, and if you remember, Naruto was destroying Haku in that fight when Haku was just without the curse mark. So think about how much Haku is trying to struggle out of the wood style right now. He can't really, because he's not too strong. Naruto would then smirk, as he would then start to laugh to himself. I thought you were enough of a threat to pull out this jutsu? Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong about you. Haku would continue to struggle, as Naruto would laugh. Don't be so eager to leave my jutsu. You probably won't be. Now, lightning style, lightning surge. Naruto would then put his hand on the wood style, as he would immediately push lightning style through it. Also, I am aware, earth is weak to lightning. The wood would immediately shatter, but it would do damage to Haku, that being the lightning. Not only that, but the lightning is amplified because water is one of the elements, needed to make wood style, meaning that if you combine water and lightning, you get a pretty high zap. But don't try that at home. Naruto would then laugh to himself just a little bit more, as he would ask Haku where he could get so much power, how he was able to just kind of increase his power so easily. It kind of makes no sense just to Naruto, because it's not every day you run into somebody who can just raise their power by about 2-fold. Somebody that doesn't have the gates, at least, or other techniques like the heavenly breaths and things of the sort, though the heavenly breaths are kind of a filler move. Naruto would then tell Haku that it's over, as Haku would smirk. It's not over. The minute you released me from those shackles was the minute you doomed yourself. Haku would then fully transform into the curse mark stage, if you will, as he would now have one kind of wing, but it wasn't a wing similar to Sasuke's. It was kind of like, I wouldn't know how to explain this, but it was kind of like an arrow coming out of his back. Haku's eyes would now become slit-like, as they would have a bit of eyeshadow around them, similar to when Naruto activates the 2 and 3 tails, and even the 1 tail's chakra forms. Naruto would then look amazed as his jaw would drop. So much power in somebody so weak just moments ago. You know, I thrive for battle, but when it's so continuous, when my opponent is so eager to get stronger, when my opponent continues to, it kind of weakens the fun, don't you think? Now, I did think about this. I shouldn't have put that lightning through the wood, though it did do damage to you. It should slow you down enough for me to be able to win this fight. Now, wood style. Wood devastation. Wood would then appear behind Haku, grabbing him, as Haku would immediately slash away this wood faster than it could basically be produced. Naruto would then start to be surprised at how strong Haku was getting and how crazy he kind of was. Haku was now kind of going berserk, as it is stated by Kidomaru that the curse mark eats away at your chakra and eventually eats away at your insanity, or your sanity, meaning that you eventually go insane. And just saying, Haku has used the curse mark multiple times on missions with Zabuza so that Zabuza doesn't get injured because, well, in a way, he's like Zabuza's guard, Zabuza's tool. Really just depends on how you want to spin it. Haku would then decide that he was going to end the fight as he would rush towards Naruto. Naruto would then jump back as he would continue to jump back, knowing that too many people were nearby and he couldn't go berserk mode / assault mode. Naruto would then realize the situation he was in as he would bite his thumb. Get away from me! Summoning Jutsu! Naruto would then slam his hand into the ground as a massive amount of smoke would appear. Haku would then stop in his tracks as he would look around, trying to look through the smoke, but it was really kind of impossible. The smoke would then clear as he would see a massive, and I mean massive, just toad above him. This toad dwarfed Haku. Haku was a bit scared, but then he realized that if Naruto couldn't beat him, then why could this toad? Haku would then jump into the air, using the claw-like hands that he now had to scratch into his toad. Naruto's toad would then feel damage, as this toad's name, for the sake of the story, is gonna be named Tama. I don't know why I'm gonna call him that, but we're just gonna call him Tama. Naruto would then realize that Tama was hurt, as he would then decide to guard Tama with his wood style, creating like a wood armor for Tama, as he was now a wood-armored toad. Tama would then start to slap Haku around in each of his hands, kind of playing, I guess you could say, ball with him, football in a way. He was basically just tossing Haku from hand to hand, and this didn't do too much damage to Haku, but it was still kind of annoying and made him a lot, and not just a little, dizzy. Naruto would then decide that he needed Tama to stall just for a bit so that he could gather chakra, as he would. Naruto would then grab his scroll, laying it out, as he knew that he now had to get serious. Too much was on the line for him to A, die here, and to B, let any of his comrades be injured any further, and to let these people, that being Haku and Zabuza, just live, if you will. Naruto would then pull out both of his short swords, as he would then tell Tama that he can return back to Mount Miyaboku, because he does not really need him anymore. Tama would then tell Naruto that, is he sure? Asking Naruto if he was sure that he should go, as Naruto would tell him, yeah, you've done enough, Tama. I can carry it the rest of the way. Tama would then nod, disappearing into smoke, and basically reverse summoning himself back to Mount Miyaboku. Naruto would then jump down from Tama while he kind of reverse summoning himself, so he had a place to catapult off of as he would land on the ground. Tama would then be gone now, as Naruto would have nothing to worry about, as he would immediately clash with Haku. Haku would now clash with Senbon to sword, as that didn't really work out too much or too good, because Senbon, even though they are decently strong, they're not stronger than a sword, at least not in my books. So Naruto's kind of like slashing and cutting away at these Senbon, and slowly over time just making them kind of just, I wouldn't know how to explain this, but making them get lower and lower, which I did explain. Naruto would then rush towards Haku, grabbing him by his throat, as he would ask Haku why he kept attacking him, and why he looked so different. Haku would just grunt as Naruto was kind of concerned for Haku, as he would decide that since he does have Haku in a position where he can't really escape, he would make sure that Haku was tied down, using his left hand to create the rat hand symbol, or hand sign, as he would then summon some wood style to hold Haku and drain him of his chakra. Naruto holding Haku allowed for the wood to basically continuously sap Haku of his chakra and force Haku to not be able to get up and just slash away the wood like he did before. Haku would then start to revert back to normal, as Naruto would then decide that the process was taking too long, and Haku was still very aggressive. He would then look into his scroll, grabbing a bit of a item, if you will, and this item was a coin. Naruto would then put the coin on Haku's head as he would bite his finger. Naruto would then smile. Let's see. Naruto would then flip the coin as it would land on heads. Well, it seems to me like I will not be killing you today, Haku. Now, sealing jutsu. Eradication. Naruto would then seal Haku, but it wouldn't really seal him away, but instead it would seal away the chakra, the evil chakra, if you will, that being the chakra, the curse mark. Naruto now held all of the chakra, the curse mark, making Haku no longer have any marks on his body, and his body was basically just back to normal. Haku would then pass out, as Naruto would get off of Haku and release the wood shackles. Naruto would then hold the darkness as his jaw would drop. This chakra, so menacing, so malevolent. It's so dark. Why? Why would somebody even accept such a power? And this is what being Orochimaru's subordinate gets you? Naruto would then start to compress the chakra with his own power until it became a mere ball, if you will. Naruto would then decide that this power was not his own, so he would not basically absorb the chakra for himself. Naruto's eye would then start to hurt a little as it would start to tingle. Naruto would then grab it in a little bit of pain, but also in a little bit of shock, as he would drop his swords. Naruto would then drop his jaws. He would start to grunt a little. Naruto's eye would then change color, as it has now become the Jogan. A lightish, bluish, greenish eye. Naruto would then grab his sword, lifting it up and basically looking at his reflection with it, as he saw that he now had a new Dojutsu. You see, the Jogan is formed by creating the Byakugan, or Hyuga DNA, and mixing it with Uzumaki DNA. You see, the Jogan could have sprung much earlier in Naruto's life, but as somebody who was in Uzumaki and Hyuga, that being Boruto, only unlocked the Jogan when he was 12, I see no reason why Naruto, somebody who wasn't born a Hyuga and Uzumaki, would unlock it any earlier. So this is when Naruto's gonna get the Jogan. Naruto would then decide that he just got a new Dojutsu, so he was kind of happy about that, as he would then put his sword down and would send the chakra back into Haku, which wouldn't really do too much to his body, but definitely inside he was feeling a surge of power. Haku would immediately wake up, looking around and looking at his surroundings, as he would ask what happened. Naruto would then explain that he had entered some sort of form where first he had black markings, and then second, his body changed colors to a brownish tan color, and his eyes had become black exterior and yellowish interior. Haku thought to himself, so I used that form. That form. What is it? It's known as the curse mark. Haku would then start to scratch the back of his head, as he would then continue. You see, Orochimaru had gifted us great power. I never knew it would come at such a price. It seems like what Kidomaru had told me years ago was true. If you overuse the curse mark, your insanity, it will grow. And your sanity will be nothing. Just like a pit of nothing. I advise you do not use that power. But you're lucky it landed on heads. Landed on heads? What do you mean? Let's just say fate was nice to you today. Now rest. Have anything I should know about? My master, Zabuza. Master Zabuza cannot be injured. He cannot be killed. What's so important about him? He Trust me, I won't be killing him. I'll just make sure he doesn't kill anybody. Naruto would then jump into the air, as he would eventually basically just go tree to tree until he got to where Kakashi and Zabuza were fighting, as he would make sure Sasuke was okay along the way and would make sure that Sakura was doing a fine job of protecting Tazuna. He would then aid Kakashi in defeating Zabuza, as this would be basically a wipe. This would only take about 5 minutes for the two to do this, as Zabuza was kind of going berserk, and with his long sword and his big sword at that, it was kind of hard for them to kind of just like defeat Zabuza, especially with his mass and just, you know, all these factors being into play, if you will. Anyhow, Naruto would then decide that he would tell let me explain this. Naruto was telling Kakashi that he should not defeat and basically just kill Zabuza because Haku had told him not to, and it was kind of like a promise. Naruto would then have his word respected by Kakashi. Basically, Kakashi's respecting Naruto's word and is not going to end Zabuza's life or injure him to a point where he would need a lot of medical attention. Eventually, since a lot of time has passed, Gato's men would appear. The bridge at this point has already been made, so they're kind of just walking across the bridge. And they're seeing that Zabuza has not done his job. He has not beheaded Tazuna, and he has not killed him. So, you know, Gato's kind of angry, being the mob boss that he is. He would then walk over to Zabuza, as he would then tell Zabuza that he hasn't completed the job, so he's decided that he'll just kill him and all of the rough rats around. Gato is completely oblivious to the fact that Naruto, Kakashi, Sakura especially, and Sasuke are not all, like, on their last legs, even though they may be panting heavily, even though they may look really roughed up and maybe injured, they're not at all. They're basically ready to fight. Gato would then send his men after Naruto's team, that being Team 7, and Haku and Zabuza, as they wouldn't get too far. Team 7 would immediately just, like, dispatch of them, except for really Sakura, who was just completely making sure on basically just keeping Tazuna safe. And with that being said, this is going to put a wrap up to the Land of Waves. Zabuza is actually going to become a Kage here, as he's going to protect the village that he once tried to harm, but he's just going to kind of be a standing Kage, but he's kind of going to be a full Kage at the same time. He wants to make the Land of Waves just a better place, as Naruto had spoken to Zabuza, telling him that even though he may work for Orochimaru, he should have his own goals as well. He should be able to be a good person while he serves Orochimaru. Naruto would know, and Zabuza basically, Zabuza hearing Naruto say this had asked him what he meant by he should know, as Naruto would explain how Orochimaru was basically like his father at one point. And Zabuza, knowing this relationship, would kind of respect Naruto's words, even though he was a subordinate of Orochimaru's, becoming the Kage and basically strengthening the village. And with that being said, Team 7 would return to the Leaf Village, as they would kind of get scammed by, they wouldn't get scammed by Tazuna, and they would return to the Hokage office and where Hiruzen would be. And Hiruzen would basically congratulate them all as they did debrief him. And with that being said, we're kind of just gonna gleam over everything until we get to the beginning of the Forest of Death, because I believe everything goes the same except for the written exams, where Naruto scores a 10 out of 10. I don't know about you guys, but I think Naruto's pretty smart here, especially since he's been raised by Orochimaru, and Orochimaru's not going to let some knucklehead boy not learn, right? He's not going to let Naruto just, you know, sit around and just be dumb. So he taught Naruto a bit of things, and so Naruto's pretty smart and gets a 10 out of 10. And yeah, so now we start off at the Forest of Death, and Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke are running through it. And that being said, I hope you guys all enjoyed. Check out my second channel down below. Make sure to like, share the video to a friend, like so it is, or just my content in general. Comment down below your thoughts and feelings about the videos, as well as what suggestions that you'd like me to do on my second channel, or even my main channel. And with that being said, Rami X loves you all. Rami X out.
Rami X back here, if you guys all enjoyed today's video. Make sure to like, share the video to a friend, like for this, or just anime content in general. Subscribe if you're new here, as I want to hit 9K by the end of August and 14K by the end of the year. And with that being said, I hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. And yeah, check out my second channel down below, where I also make what is some discussion videos, and we can now get into the recap. If
in the last part, we basically left off with Naruto and Sasuke, as well as Sakura, running through the forest of death, and we'll pick up right there. Naruto and basically just the Team 7 would be running through the forest of death, as eventually Naruto would feel a monstrous chakra, but not one that was unknown to him, not one that was unfamiliar. It was too familiar. Naruto got a bad feeling in his stomach as he thought of the people that it could be. No, it couldn't be anybody in the leaf. And Naruto thinking that made him know exactly who and what it was. Or, per se, it. It was Orochimaru, one of the 3 Sannin. Naruto would then stop in his tracks as Sakura and Sasuke would ask what's wrong. Naruto would then shake his head, kind of just like, I guess you could say, brushing it off as some sort of random feeling, as he knew deep within his heart that it was Orochimaru. Naruto would then continue through the forest of death, as eventually 2 kunai would be thrown at them. These kunai were thrown by Orochimaru himself. These kunai would hit Naruto in his back, as both him being off guard, basically, as well as the fact that he's kind of uneasy, it would allow for Orochimaru to take advantage of that and hit Naruto. Naruto would then fall to the ground for a little bit, as Sasuke and Sakura would immediately get on the defensive to help out their comrade, that being Naruto. Naruto would then tell them that they can go on ahead, and he'll be perfectly fine, as he would then unleash attack mode. Naruto would then laugh to himself. This isn't something that you two should concern yourself with. Family problems. Naruto would then feel a surge in his chakra as he was kind of scared. The Nine Tails was also just a bit scared because of how scared Naruto was, and Naruto, kind of being at sync with the Nine Tails, was able to give himself a bit more power. Naruto would then rush towards Orochimaru as they would both clash. Naruto with the kunai in his hand, and Orochimaru the same. Orochimaru would then smirk. I didn't expect to see you here, Naruto. It's been a while, hasn't it, Orochimaru? Now, tell me why you're in this forest in the first place. Well, let's just say this. An Uchiha, a certain Uchiha is in this forest, and I need him. I assume you mean as a vessel. Well, there's only 2 Uchihas alive. Naruto would then unsheath his blade from his scroll as he would continue. One is Itachi Uchiha. Naruto would move his blade. Basically, he would move his blade to face himself as he would look at his reflection. Naruto would then activate his Sharingan as he would continue. Like I said, one is Itachi Uchiha, the other is Sasuke. And Itachi is not in this forest. So, I can't let you just harm my comrades, can I? Naruto would then appear in front of Orochimaru, who wouldn't be too surprised at Naruto's speed, but he definitely knew that Naruto got a lot stronger and could actually feel it in Naruto's aura. Naruto would then continue to clash with Orochimaru, as at this point they were on even ground. Sorry for any unintentional background noise, I'm just in a situation, if you will. Naruto would then tell Orochimaru that he can't continue to fight him, at least not at this moment, because he needs to catch back up with his team. Orochimaru would smirk. Well then, if their lives are so important to you, you should have thought this through. 3 ninja would then appear behind Sakura and Sasuke. These ninja are Dosu, Zaku, and Kin, the 3 sound ninja who Orochimaru instructed to basically try and kill Sasuke and Sasuke's team in the original Forest of Death. Because, well, if Sasuke, I guess you could say, wasn't acclimated to the curse mark, well then, he wasn't a viable body, if you will. But these 3 sound ninja are now behind Sakura and Sasuke, and Sasuke doesn't have the curse mark in this timeline. Nor does he really have much more power. This Sasuke is about 1.25 times stronger than his original counterpart, and that's just from having the Watamoe. Anyhow, Naruto would then decide that he can't just sit around, as he would immediately go all out. Naruto thought about it. Is he in a situation where he can go all out? Because if he were to go all out, he might destroy a few things, like trees and things of the sort. but if only trees were on the line and nobody was really around, he could unleash his true power. Naruto would then smirk as he would have a little giggle. Orochimaru, I once considered you to be my father, but I have a new old man I need to protect. His name is Hiruzen Sarutobi. That old man is your father now? Wow, how interesting. More of a father than you could ever be, Orochimaru. Now, like I said, I have people to protect. Naruto would then grab his second blade, as Naruto has two short swords. Naruto would then feel a massive surge in power as his body would start to grow in muscle mass just a little bit. His teeth would then become fang-like, and his eyes would have a bit of dark shadow around them, similar to when he goes into the 2, 3, and even 1 Tails chakra modes. Naruto's eyes would then become slit-like, as in the middle it was slit-like, but on the outside there was Tomoe, because he has the Sharingan active at the moment. Naruto would then unleash everything. He had entered Assault mode / Berserk mode. Naruto would then rush towards Orochimaru, slamming him into a few trees, but he wasn't done. Naruto would then appear behind Orochimaru, kicking him forward, and then would appear in front of him again, slamming him into the ground. Orochimaru would then slowly get out and basically just get up and get to his senses as he would look around, feeling out his environment. Orochimaru would then slither around Naruto as Naruto would just grunt, looking around. You see, the Nine Tails was semi-in control here, so Naruto's not really as sane, if you will. He's not as in control. Naruto would then look around as he would immediately pounce towards Orochimaru, grabbing him by his tail. It was kind of shown that Orochimaru has a sort of tail thing where when he kind of like slivers around, I don't know if there's too much common knowledge, but when he kind of slivers around, he kind of like moves with this like tail thingy. It's kind of hard to explain, but so Naruto would grab him by that, as he would then tell Orochimaru that he won't escape. He would then slam Orochimaru into the ground, repeatedly lifting him up by his tail and just slamming him. Eventually, Orochimaru would look half dead as he would create an exoskeleton and just escape that body and just like kind of rebirth himself, if you will, as he's shown to do many times. Naruto would then roar as Orochimaru would cover his ears. Many trees would fall down behind Orochimaru, and Orochimaru would be sent flying with them. Naruto would then start to walk over to Orochimaru as he would then open his mouth as wide as he could. A ball of chakra would then appear as Naruto would then yell out, "Tails Beast Bomb." You see, since Naruto has half of the Nine Tails' power under control, I believe he would be able to fire off a Tailed Beast Bomb, one that's semi-perfect, since it is half of the Nine Tails' chakra. Naruto would then fire off the Tailed Beast Bomb as Orochimaru would put his hands in a cross-like formation to block. Eventually, Orochimaru would realize how powerful this attack was as it neared and basically as it got closer to him, as he would put up the 3, to my knowledge, the Rokushudo walls. I'm not really sure if I'm saying that right, my apologies, but the walls that he used to block Naruto's Tailed Beast Bomb in the 4 Tails state, like he did in Shippuden. These walls would kind of block the damage, but Naruto's Tailed Beast Bomb was a bit too powerful, slamming right through them, and even hitting Orochimaru, sending him far out, and basically just out of the forest of death entirely. Naruto would then start to pant heavily, as he would revert back to normal by his command. Naruto would then look at his hands, as he would realize that he had done a bit more damage to himself than he had wanted to. You see, Naruto doesn't only just use the Berserk transformation, or assault mode, whatever you want to call it, to boost his power, but he also uses it to boost his senses, etc., etc. But he doesn't just use it any time, because first, he doesn't have control of himself, and second, his body really aches and it feels a lot of pain, because there is repercussions to many great skills, and Naruto's is no exception. Naruto will then decide to make it back to his team, as he would activate the One Tails Chakra mode, getting sped up, if you will, because he's faster than himself in base form, as he would then eventually approach Sakura and Sasuke a minute later. He would then see them basically about to die to Dosu, Zaku, and Kin as he would appear. Dosu, Zaku, and Kin immediately recognized Naruto, because, well, his appearance didn't change too much, only his outfit did. And since Zaku, Kin, and Dosu are Orochimaru's subordinates, if you will, and are from the Sound Village, they know who Naruto is, and they know how powerful he is. All of them would then start to sweat, as Zaku, being more confident, at least in my opinion, than Dosu and Kin, would laugh it off, telling Dosu and Kin not to be crybabies, and that it's 3 of them versus 1 of him. They would then kind of get back to their senses, as they would decide to fire everything off at Naruto. They would use all of their strongest jutsus, as Naruto would then enter defense mode, using basically chakra armor to protect himself entirely. Naruto would then smirk, as he would immediately switch to attack mode. I never knew Sound Ninja were this weak. Well, maybe that's why I left. Orochimaru, at this point, as we're now switching perspective, would get up, as he would be in a dazed state, looking around and realizing that he was almost about to die, as he was very bloody and had a few injuries. Orochimaru would then kind of heal up a little, as he would then decide to get back to the Fourth Death, because the main reason of coming was to put a curse mark on Sasuke, and if he could, even Naruto. Orochimaru would then kind of plan his route back to the Fourth Death, and to where Dosu, Kin, and Zaku should be, as he knew that Naruto would try to get there. Naruto would then immediately throw a punch, which would hit Dosu, setting him flying and knocking him out. Naruto would then appear behind Kin, as he would tell her that he doesn't really want to hurt her, but since it's come down to it, she is an enemy. Naruto would then slam her into the ground, as she would then pass out as well. Naruto would then appear beside Zaku, as he would tell Zaku to let off his strongest attack. Since he was a bit cocky earlier, he wants to see how strong he thinks he is, and how much power he can actually use. Zaku is not one to, not take somebody up on a challenge, as he would then decide to challenge Naruto, throwing his strongest attack at him with some sound waves. Naruto wouldn't even feel the need to block, as it would hit him. Naruto would only block before with his defense mode, because it was all 3 of them. Just Zaku, it was nothing, at least to Naruto. Naruto would then pat Zaku on the shoulder, as he would smirk. You did well, Zaku, but just not well enough. Naruto would then put his hand on Zaku's chest, as he would yell out, Wind Style, Air Palm. Zaku would then be sent flying, and would be in the worst condition, far beyond Dosu and Kin, due to the fact that Naruto actually used a jutsu on Dosu. On Kin, or sorry, not on Dosu, my apologies, on Zaku. Because on Kin and Dosu, he just kind of used some taijutsu, and some pretty basic taijutsu, if I do say so myself. Naruto would then ask if Sakura and Sasuke were okay, as they would nod, thanking Naruto for his help, and telling him that they may not be alive, or may have not been alive, if Naruto didn't come right in the nick of time. Naruto would laugh. I'm sure something could have happened. You are an Uchiha, are you not, Naruto? Naruto was asked this question by Sasuke. Okay, let me explain. I know this might be kind of confusing because of just how I worded it just now, but basically, Sasuke is asking Naruto if he's an Uchiha. He's basically kind of hinting to the fact that he already knows such things, as Naruto would go dead in the face, as he didn't really know how to respond. Was he an Uchiha? Technically, he had the DNA of an Uchiha running through his blade, but God damn, I don't know what's wrong with me today. My words. I apologize for that. Anyhow, as he technically has the blood of an Uchiha running through his veins, right? So, Sasuke would ask Naruto this question, and Naruto didn't really know how to respond, as he wasn't really sure on the right answer. Naruto would then say that he's not an Uchiha, as Sasuke would say that Naruto is lying. Naruto would ask why Sasuke thinks such a thing, as Sasuke would explain. You would have to be an Uchiha. No person who's not an Uchiha should be able to use the Sharingan. And so, well, look at me. Do I look like an Uchiha? My hair, it's stark blonde. And, well, I just don't have black hair. I can't be an Uchiha. I don't even know why you'd think I am one. Well, I guess it was wrong of me to assume, but I could have sworn. Even though I might have been a little bit dazed, you definitely used a Sharingan when you fought Haku. So where did you get it from? I'm sick of seeing people with my clan's Dojutsu. Let's just say somebody gave it to me. Or forced it into my DNA. Now, I won't answer your question at the moment because it's a bit confidential. But one day you will figure out. I see. I guess we all have secrets, Sasuke would say. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would then start to go towards the exit of the Forest of Death before Orochimaru would kind of just creep up on behind them and hide his chakra so that they basically didn't know, as he would create a shadow clone which would bite into both Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto and Sasuke would both fall to the ground in agonizing pain as Sasuke would yell out, just like he had in canon originally when he had been bit with the curse mark. Naruto wouldn't yell out, but he would grit his teeth as he would curse himself for being so stupid as not to make sure that Orochimaru couldn't get back up and couldn't pull such a trick. As he did know that Orochimaru's goal was Sasuke, but he didn't know that Orochimaru's goal was Sasuke and him. Which wasn't technically Orochimaru's goal. His goal was just to get Sasuke, but Naruto was a bit of a bonus, you know? Naruto would then fall to the ground at the time he was standing. As he would then start to pant heavily, pushing chakra into the spot of the curse mark. Basically, he's pushing all of his Nine-Tails chakra to where Orochimaru had bit him, as he would then create 200 clones to go after Orochimaru and just basically chase him out of the village, or at least attempt to. Naruto was pushing this Kyuubi chakra to the curse mark because, in theory, Kyuubi chakra eats away at the curse mark, or at least should be able to, so the Kyuubi chakra would eat away at the curse mark and would kind of start to diminish it as it would start to fade. Naruto would then tell Sasuke to come here, as he would put the curse mark on Sasuke's body. Sasuke would then tell Naruto that he thanks him dearly, as he was in a lot of pain, and he didn't really know why. He didn't know one bite could cause so much pain. Naruto would shake his head. That was no ordinary bite. That was the bite of the curse mark. Something you really don't want to have. But if that's the case, it might mean that Orochimaru thinks you're not strong enough. And frankly, I don't want to get you guys into any more trouble. So I might need you, and you, Sakura, to get a lot stronger. You see, since you guys are my teammates, I do feel comfortable telling you this. I have something known as the Nine-Tails within me. That's that orange, almost demonic power of mine. I see. Well, that explains a lot now, doesn't it? Sasuke would say. Naruto would then nod. Not only that, but that chakra may get me hunted. A long time ago, I met somebody. I thank him, and I am in deep gratitude to him as well. This person is Itachi, for any of you wondering. You see, he helped me out when I was in a bad state, when I was vulnerable. That man who had bit us, his name was Orochimaru, one of the three Sani, an Okage-level ninja, and a high one at that. If he wanted to, he could become Okage. If he was good, that is. You see, Orochimaru was at one point like a father to me. He wasn't my true father, but that's how it was. I then met a man, a powerful man at that, who showed me the truth. Showed me that my father was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and my mother was the former Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, Kushina Uzumaki. And at that time, the only living full Uzumaki. Now you may question why I just said that and why I had Naruto say that. Well, it's pretty simple. You see, Kushina is technically the only full Uzumaki living at that time, even though Nagato is alive. You see, unless I'm wrong, and Nagato's dad is just like 60 years old, Nagato's dad had white hair, which means he's not an Uzumaki. Or he's just 60 years old. You get the point. But his mom had stark red hair, or just, you know, like spitting image of Kushina's hair, or Mito's hair, or whoever you want to compare it to. But she had red hair. So I believe that Nagato's mother was a full Uzumaki, and his father was some other clan, or just, a commoner, a villager, really just depends. Anyhow, Sasuke was surprised at what Naruto had said. He didn't know that his father was the fourth Hokage. Are you sure, Naruto? Yes, I'm sure. The person who showed me the reality, the person who showed me the truth, was none other than Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke would be so surprised that he would almost gasp, as he would then ask Naruto if he was serious. Naruto would nod. That's why I thank Itachi, rather than blame him for a massacre that I know that he did not do upon his own will. But how do you know that? I don't, Sasuke. I choose to believe. And I know it's hard for you. I can't even come to think about the hardships that you have faced. Everybody you've known that was in your clan is now gone, thanks to him. And you witnessed it all. So I sincerely apologize. I sincerely apologize if I ever made you feel as if I was undermining what you felt on that day. Anyhow, that doesn't mean that I feel bad for you. You wouldn't be as strong as you are now without Itachi. I see. Well, that doesn't mean I'm gonna take away my hatred towards him. I will avenge my clan. You can continue to tell yourself that, and I will not stop you. Anyhow, shall we leave this forest? As they left the forest, Naruto would explain that he may be at risk to certain attackers and people like that, so he needs them to get a lot stronger, as they would then exit the forest. And with that being said, every fight in the preliminaries is going the same, except for maybe Sakura versus Ino, which Sakura has a slight bit more advantage, because she now knows that she needs to get stronger, so she needs to push herself beyond her limits. And the tuning exams are going to go the same. Not all of the tuning exams, though, because I just don't really want to focus on too many things in the tuning exams, like all the other fights. But the other fights do go the same, like in canon. Every fight is the same, basically, except for Naruto versus Neji and Sasuke versus Gaara. But with that being said, I hope you guys all enjoy. So basically where we're going to leave off is Naruto versus Neji, and that's where we're going to start in the fifth part, I believe. And with that being said, I hope you guys all enjoy. Make sure to like, share the video, to our friends, videos, for just staying my content in general. Subscribers, I want to hit 9,000 subscribers by the end of August and 40K by the end of the year. And with that being said, I hope you guys all enjoyed. Rami X, check out my second channel down below. Out. Rami X back in another video. I hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. Today's video is a new installment to What If Naruto Had All Dojutsu, and this is part 5. I hope you guys all enjoy. So if you do, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button, as I want to hit 9,000 subscribers by the end of August and 14K by the end of the year. I know we can do it. And check out my second channel down below, where I make discussion videos and what ifs. But with that being said, I'm sorry for any unintentional background noises, because I'm kind of pressed in this situation where, I just have to deal with it, and I need to post for you guys. So, it is what it is. If you guys can still enjoy it as much as you would with no intentional or unintentional background noise. Anyhow, we can now get into the recap. In the last part, we basically had Naruto explain his origin and his backstory, explain that Itachi had helped him realize the truth about Orochimaru, and realize the truth about his parents. But never mind that, we ended off with Neji versus Naruto. So that's where we're gonna carry on. But with that being said, we can now fully get into the video. Naruto and Neji's names would be called as they would both jump down to the tuning exams arena. Neji would think of this as an easy match. Think of Naruto as some, slouch, right? Even though some rumors have been spreading that Naruto went on an A-rank mission, right? But, of course, Neji at this point is very prideful, thinks he's the best. You get the point. So he doesn't really care, right? As Neji would then get into a fighting stance. Because even if Naruto is a slouch, he needs to show everybody that, Naruto is a weakling. he's not only gonna beat Naruto, but he's gonna embarrass him. You get the point, right? So, Naruto, seeing that Neji was in what is known as the Hyuga stance, would also go into the Hyuga stance. Also, I don't know if I said anything about this in the first part, but Naruto does know that Hyuga's like stance and the Hyuga's gentle fist, the rotation, things of the sort. And he learned a bit from Hiruzen, but also a bit from Orochimaru. Now you may be wondering, it kind of makes sense for Hiruzen to know about the Hyuga stance because, like I've said in the last part, Hiruzen knows all jutsu technically to the leaf, and even some Keki Genkai in the leaf, and he at least knows the basics. So it would make sense if Hiruzen taught him a bit. But why Orochimaru? Well, it's simple. Orochimaru has the Dead Soul Jutsu, otherwise known as the Edo Sensei Jutsu, and the Reincarnation Jutsu. Really just depends on what name you want to give it. But he has the Reincarnation Jutsu, Reanimation Jutsu, right? And so he basically just revived a Hyuga, put him under full control, and made that Hyuga train Naruto as if it were just some normal training, and Naruto had learned the Gentle Fist from a very young age. About like 9. Anyhow, Naruto would then enter the Gentle Fist pose as well, as Neji would smirk. You think you can copy my stance? Well, I'll have you know, this is something only people of my clan can do. Naruto would laugh to himself, kind of like in himself, if you will. Like he's not laughing out loud, but like he's laughing to himself. Neji would then rush towards Naruto, as he would then tell Naruto that he is in range. Naruto would smile. Neji, you're in range. Neji would then start to get flustered and angry at how Naruto just was regurgitating what he was doing and things of the sort, right? Until Naruto actually entered the Gentle Fist pose and started slapping around Neji. First, Naruto would yell out, 2 palms, slapping Neji across the face and throwing him into the arena wall, as he would then appear behind Neji, kicking him forward. You see, Naruto's Gentle Fist is just a little bit different, as he would continue the combo. Now, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Naruto would then kick Neji up into the air, as he would then be above Neji, as he would yell out, now, 64 palms. Neji would then be slammed into the ground, as he would cough up blood, and his chakra system was now almost completely shut down. Most normal people would die. Neji was now gasping for air, as he didn't realize that Naruto had actually known the Gentle Fist, and literally everybody in the stage was surprised at how he even knew such a technique. Even Hiruzen, and a bit Orochimaru, because Orochimaru is still disguised as the 4th Kazekage. Hiruzen would then applaud Naruto, as Naruto would then decide that he would tell Neji a little something. Naruto would then lean into Neji, as he would tell Neji that he shouldn't think of every opponent of his as some easy task. Yes, he was right to get into the Hyuga stance, he was right to go, quote-unquote, full power, but for the wrong reasons. If Neji's reason for doing it was to show everybody his skill, then that was not the right reason. If Neji's reason for doing it was because he was genuinely scared and genuinely wanted to actually, like, win, well then, that made sense. But Naruto knew that that wasn't how Neji was trying to use it. He was trying to use it to show off. Naruto would then tell Neji that teamwork and, well, believing in yourself is the way to go. Because, you see, hard work can make you accomplish anything. And this was the first time Neji had been scolded, let alone told that he was wrong. So, Neji's morals are kind of going to change, but in a bit of a different way than how Naruto made him change. Still for the better, of course, and it's still going a very positive route, and Naruto's kind of just making Naruto's kind of making Neji, I guess I just confused the names because they both have N's in their names, it's kind of just making Neji a better person. And Neji in this timeline has decided that he's going to train until he can beat Naruto. And he's going to train until he can continue to preach what Naruto said. Because Naruto had also made the claim that there will always be somebody stronger, and they should always train to beat that person. That is why Naruto trains. And so Neji's doing the same. Anyhow, we can now skip to Sasuke versus Gaara, which I said is the second fight that we'll be doing the tuning exams, because all the other fights go the same. Sasuke would immediately put his hand behind his back and his arm in front, as he was basically copying Rock Lee's taijutsu. And Rock Lee was noticing it. Gaara was also getting flashbacks to his fight with Lee, which was just recently, as he was kind of scared of Sasuke. Did they have the same master? Or did they use the same techniques, Gaara thought to himself? But as Gaara knew of Lee's powers, if you will, and his potential and his strength, if you will, he would basically go immediately all out, because it was a close call in that Lee fight, and Gaara was actually kind of getting damaged. So he'd immediately create a dome around himself. This Sasuke does know the Chidori. I'm not going to be taking that away from Sasuke currently, at least, right? So he knows the Chidori, and he would basically backflip onto the arena wall as he would gather chakra for the Chidori. Kakashi and Guy would basically have their talk about how the lightning blade has once been used to cut a lightning bolt, and like how it's known as 1,000 birds sometimes because like it makes like the chirping sound, stuff like that, right? And Sasuke would launch towards Gaara, slamming his Chidori into the cocoon-like dome that Gaara was in, causing Gaara to bleed. Gaara would yell out in pain as the dome would basically just shed away and would, I guess you could say, just diminish. Naruto would then applaud Sasuke for being able to do such a thing, as he would then evade the spikes that came out of the dome. As it was shown in the canon that spikes were coming out of the dome when Sasuke had done that. So Sasuke does have 2 scratches on his right arm and 1 long scratch on his left arm, which he used to do the Chidori. Sasuke would then jump back, as Gaara would now look half transformed. Immediately the Proxer would call the exam because like Gaara was going a bit too far, right? And the Feather Illusion Jutsu, launched by Kabuto, had just been activated. Not to mention the Sound and Leaf are now battling and duking it out in the crowds, in the village, and you get the point. Kakashi would then form the same team that he had in canon, that being like Shikamaru and Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, etc., to go and basically defeat Gaara. So, they would. And for the sake of this, I'm going to say that Naruto basically just gives Sasuke an amp. Sasuke and Sakura. This amp is going to be Kyuubi Chakra. In the same way that he was able to spread his Kyuubi Chakra to ninja, thousands of ninja on the battlefield, he's going to be able to do that to Sasuke and Sakura. It doesn't seem too out of his reach, but if you guys think so, comment down below why you do. Anyhow, Naruto would then do this as he would tell Sasuke and Sakura that he will create a clone of himself, but he wants to make sure that everybody in the village is okay, because Gaara is not the biggest threat, especially if Orochimaru is still within the village. Naruto would then rush back to the arena exams, as at this moment, the barrier is basically just getting opened up, if you will. By that I mean it's like activating, as Naruto would slip in through the barrier before it could close. The Sound Four would realize this, as they would all grit their teeth, deciding to not say anything about it, as to not be scolded by Orochimaru on how they failed, if you will, because Orochimaru said to not let anybody else in. Many Anbu watched in awe, as at this current moment, Hiruzen and Orochimaru were now face to face, and there was many Anbu watching in the camp. Naruto would then decide to aid Orochimaru, as I explained how Naruto has the basics of the Flying Raijin down, so he would appear beside Hiruzen. Orochimaru would then get a little bit scared seeing Naruto. You see, Naruto had just kind of defeated Orochimaru, so he's kind of scared that both his mentor, who is basically almost on even terms with him, and Naruto are here. Now he's extremely scared, as Hiruzen is just thanking Naruto for his backup, and gladly accepts it. Naruto would then tell Hiruzen that it's no biggie, as he would then grab his swords from his scroll. Orochimaru would then smirk. Well, even if you do have the power to defeat me, do you have the power to defeat them? Who are them? Naruto and Hiruzen would both ask in sync, as Orochimaru would explain. Now, Edo Tensei Jutsu. He would then summon both the first and second Hokage like he had in the original. Naruto would smirk. How interesting. Do you guys remember me? since it was shown that Tobirama and Hashirama had a little bit of control and could actually create speech and stuff, they would actually nod and say yeah, as Hiruzen would have another heart-filled moment as he actually got to see Tobirama, which he hasn't seen, but he has seen like Hashirama decently recently, for a dead person that is. But anyhow, Naruto would then decide to finish it pretty quickly as he would grab 2 seals from his pocket, trying to rush over to them, but Hashirama's wood style made it kind of hard for Naruto to do so. Naruto would then decide to have a wood style-esque battle with Hashirama as they would clash. Now, Hiruzen now only has to deal with Tobirama and Orochimaru. I think this is going to be a big task for Hiruzen, no doubt. But Naruto, seeing the odds that they're stacked up against, would create about 10 clones and would share his chakra with Hiruzen. This would give Hiruzen a bit of an advantage and would put him on exactly even footing with Orochimaru, who Orochimaru stated himself, if Hiruzen was like 10 years younger, he might have beaten him. And this is now like a 8 years younger Hiruzen in theory, at least like the amp that's being provided by Naruto's chakra, that being the Kyuubi's chakra, etc., etc. Naruto's clones would then try to deal with Tobirama, as his clones and Tobirama were now having a 10v1 water style battle, with Tobirama and his Naruto's clones kind of being even, because, it's 10v1. So, and Tobirama is like the master of water style, so I think it'd be pretty even right now. And Hiruzen's versing Orochimaru, and Hashirama is versing Naruto. Naruto would then continue his battle with Hashirama, as this would be great training for Naruto to see how his wood style stacks up against Hashirama's. Hashirama would also applaud Naruto on how much better he got with wood style, as Naruto would smirk, telling Hashirama that he's not too bad as himself. 20 minutes would pass as each battle would come to an end. Tobirama was basically not on his last legs, but he was basically kind of regenerating from an attack from Naruto's clones. Hiruzen has defeated Orochimaru, who is now on his knees, and Naruto has defeated Hashirama, basically grabbing his wood style and basically wrapping it around Hashirama to basically kind of seal him away, as he would place a seal on Hashirama. Naruto would then do the same to Tobirama before he could fully regenerate, as Tobirama and Hashirama would smile, knowing that they didn't end up killing their former student. And for Hashirama, he was smiling because he didn't end up killing both of his former students. Anyhow, Orochimaru was kind of just cornered now. There's nothing, at least in my mind, that Orochimaru really be able to do, at least just in my opinion. But with that being said, Orochimaru is now cornered by his former student and his former sensei. This isn't looking too good for Orochimaru. Orochimaru would then whistle, as the sound 4 would discard the barrier. This would also allow all the Anbu and Kakashi, as well as Guy, to break through and just get through the barrier, as they were concerned for Hiruzen, as they did not know that Naruto was also in there with him. Naruto would immediately activate his Dojutsu, as in this part, we're going to see Naruto use the Jogan. But since we don't really know too much of the stuff that the Jogan would do, he would immediately use the first ability, at least in my mind, that he would be able to use with the Jogan, that being the sense negative chakras, which he would sense the most negative chakra, and in my mind, that person is going to be Kidomaru, who out of the sound 4 is the strongest, since Kidomaru isn't there, as he would immediately rush towards Kidomaru and basically just defeat him with the use of his Rinnegan and things of the sort. Naruto would then decide that no more casualties and no more people's blood can be spilled, as he would activate the planetary devastation, basically trapping all Sound Ninja as well as Orochimaru in it, as he would bring it down to the ground and slam it within the Trinity Exams arena, causing a massive explosion and a massive amount of dust to collect and just, basically muck up the place and just make the place all smoky, right, and damaged, as he knew that he had defeated Orochimaru and his lackeys, or subordinates, whatever you want to call them. Hiruzen would then thank Naruto for being there, because without him, he might have actually died to Orochimaru, and he might have had to go to unknown means, those unknown means being the Reaper Death Seal, to defeat Orochimaru. And it might have took his life in the process. Naruto would then smirk. Old man, it's no biggie. I care for you, so of course I'd come to help you. Well, thank you, Naruto. It's not every day that you have to be saved by your own son. Naruto and Hiruzen would then basically take care of the rest of like the sound and sandage in the village, as they would basically liberate the village and everything is safe now. The village would then start to recover from all the damage, if you will, as this is where I think I'm going to leave the part. I mean, I could add a little bit more, but I feel like this is a good spot to leave the part because we can get into like the Tsunade retrieval arc, and well, there might not even be a Tsunade retrieval arc. We'll just have to see about that, I guess. But we can get into a lot more things in the next part, and we can just fill it up a little bit. But with that being said, because I'll enjoy today's video. If you did enjoy, make sure to slap a like and slap a subscribe, as I want to hit 9,000 subscribers by the end of the year. But with that being said, check out my second channel down below where I also make what ifs and discussion videos. And yeah, Rami X. Oh. Rami X back with another video. Hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. Today's video is a new installment to the What If Naruto Had All Dojutsu series, and it is part 6 of it. Hope you guys all enjoy today's video. And that being said, make sure to like, share the video to a friend, like for this or just anime content in general. Subscribe if you're new here. And check out my second channel down below. Comment down below your thoughts and feelings about the video, as well as what are suggestions. Share the video to a friend who likes for this or just anime content in general. And with that being said, we can get into the recap. So in the last part, we basically had Naruto save Hiruzen from Orochimaru, and Orochimaru and Naruto were basically able to defeat Lord First, Lord Second, and Orochimaru. And with that being said, we kind of just finished off the part, and so we can now truly begin. The village would then get into the process of rebuilding, as everybody had high spirits, and Naruto's name grew even further. The news of him being able to single-handedly and compete with Hiruzen against Orochimaru was big news for many of the great nations, judging by the fact that he was just a boy. He was just a mere kid. Not only that, but we are now going to have Itachi and Kisame come to the Leaf Village. But since that is the case, Hiruzen would also note that he's getting a bit old and that he needs somebody to become the next Hokage. So the Tsunade retrieval arc is going to happen. Naruto, while they're basically trying to go to the... let me explain this in better words for you guys. Basically, while we're trying to get Naruto to go, find Tsunade, Naruto's just chilling in a hotel slash motel with Jiraiya, who just went out to go do his research, as Kisame and Itachi would appear, knocking on the door. Naruto had peeped through the peephole as he saw 2 figures. Naruto would then realize that these figures were none to mess around with, as he felt as if he noticed that he was feeling a familiar chakra. This chakra, it feels so familiar. So warm, but at the same time, so menacing. Naruto would then run through the window as he would get to the bottom of the apartment and basically just go up to the, or not really apartment, but hotel. You get my point. Naruto would then go up the stairs as he would look around, finding a place where he could go up even more. Naruto would then get onto the floor that he was on as he would look around, seeing Kisame and Itachi further down the hallway that he was in. Naruto would then hide behind a piece of the wall as he waited for them to basically break in. As they would. Kisame would basically slam Samehada, his blade, into the door, completely crashing it and just breaking it. Naruto would then appear, basically using a jutsu on him, or on them if you will, that he calls Almighty Push. Naruto would then send them both flying far out, as Itachi would be surprised at the sheer amount of power behind the blow. Itachi would then look around as he was looking at who could have done such a thing, as both Itachi and Kisame would see through the mist. A boy with blonde hair and blue eyes was standing in front of them. In his left eye was a blue eye, and in his right was a Rinnegan. His blue eye would then shift to a Sharingan, as Kisame's jaw would drop, but Itachi would remain composed. I see. Itachi would appear behind Naruto. You've grown into quite a strong ninja, haven't you? But are you strong enough to beat me? Naruto would then try to attack Orochimaru. Or sorry, not Orochimaru. I don't really know why I thought of that. Naruto would then try to attack Itachi, as Itachi would easily dodge. Naruto would then boost his power to the max, just for a moment, as he would enter attack mode, grabbing one of his swords from his scroll, and basically clashing Kunai's sword with Itachi, who would be pushed back. Kisame would then stand up as he would dust himself off. You pack quite a punch, but can you withstand the both of us? We'll see, Naruto would say, as he would fight both Kisame and Itachi. Itachi and Kisame would then have a pretty long duel with Naruto, as eventually Naruto would realize that he can't just stall them, he actually needs to use a bit more power, if you will. But at this current moment, Sasuke was kind of charging towards the area that Naruto was in because he wanted to kill Itachi. But instead of being in a room that was kind of compact, they are currently outside of the hotel / apartment / motel type thing, as Sasuke would then rush towards Itachi with Chidori in hand. Naruto would then look at Sasuke with a slight amount of fear, as he was basically trying to tell Sasuke to move out of the way. Like, basically the vibes he was giving off was like, you're too weak to fight Itachi. But Sasuke continued on, as you may suspect he would. Sasuke would then try to slam his Chidori into Itachi, but Itachi would easily grab the Chidori and would then knee Sasuke in his lungs, causing Sasuke to cough up some blood. Sasuke would then fall to the ground, as Itachi would karate chop Sasuke to beneath him. Sasuke would now be in a kneeling-like position to Itachi, as Itachi would kick Sasuke, who would fall on his back. Sasuke would now be looking into the sky with his eyes dazed and his body numb, as he thought to himself, am I still too weak? Am I still too weak to defeat Itachi? Damn it. Sasuke would then grit his teeth as he would start to shed a tear, grabbing the dirt beneath him as Naruto would walk over to him. Earth style. Earth dome. Naruto would then slam his hand to the ground as a dome would be made between Kisame and Itachi and Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto would then kneel over to Sasuke, so he would tell Sasuke that it's okay. He can try again next time. Sasuke would shake his head. No, I disappointed you, Naruto. Disappointed me? What do you mean? You made me proud that you had the guts to do it. You had the guts to attack your older brother, the man who took everything away from you. No, you don't understand. You told me to get stronger, and it looks to me like I still have to be protected by you, like some younger brother of yours. Don't sweat it. It's the most I can do for you. No. Only the best. What do you mean? In our introductions, you said that you wanted to become Hokage. The Hokage's subordinates, the people who serve alongside him, can only be the best. Sasuke would now start to cry even more, as Naruto would continue to pour in chakra into the Earth Dome, as to make sure that Kisame and Itachi couldn't break it down. As Sasuke would continue. And I failed you. Sasuke would now shed even more tears, as he would put his arm over his eyes. Sasuke, I didn't know. It's my fault. I was too weak. I should have never thought that I could take on my older brother. Not now. Not yet. Sasuke would then grit his teeth as he would then yell out, I'm sorry! I vow, I swear, I'll never lose again. Never! You don't have to promise me that. Because sometimes losing a battle is all you can do. No. As long as you and I both wear the same headband, I will never break that vow. Naruto would then be surprised at what Sasuke had said, as he would nod his head. I accept. To you as well, then. I'll never lose a battle. You don't have to, Naruto. Are you just gonna regurgitate what I'm saying? Or are you gonna stand up and fight? The odds may look slim, but with my Dojutsu and abilities and your Sharingan, we can do this. But Naruto, you already have a Sharingan. Fine. Then I'd like you to watch. Watch and analyze everything. I see. Now, Naruto would then grab his second sword as he would cut through the dome, immediately jumping on top of it as he would tell Itachi and Kisame that they should run. Itachi would then activate a Genjutsu on Kisame as well as Sasuke. Both Sasuke and Kisame would then pass out as they didn't know that they were in a Genjutsu, but soon they realized. They would then try to break it, but Itachi's grasp on the Genjutsu was too strong, as Itachi would then speak to Naruto one-on-one. Naruto. Itachi. Yes? It's been a very long time. Like I said before, you've gotten much stronger. I'm proud of you, Naruto. Now, I need you to help me with something. Help you with something? Help you with what? My younger brother. You mean Sasuke? Yeah. At this very moment, he is too weak. You must train him for my sake. What do you mean? Watch. Sasuke would then... We now kind of switch to the perspective of Sasuke, as Sasuke would look around, as he would basically now remember the massacre. And in Kisame's Genjutsu, he was remembering when he had disbanded from the Mist Village and became a rogue ninja. Basically, they're like, kind of like big moments in their life. Naruto would then ask Itachi what he was basically saying, as Itachi would continue. I have a chronic illness or disease. Not only does it eat away at my chakra, but it makes me tired. I've been taking medicines to prolong my life, but I won't live long. Maybe 4 years, maybe less. I see. So you want Sasuke to kill you, is that it? Precisely. I suppose I could train him. But tell me more. What do you mean, Naruto? I need to know something. You need to know what? You didn't kill the Uchiha clan just because you wanted to. Just because you wanted to see if you could. That's what you told Sasuke. At least something on the lines of that. I suppose that you are right. Yeah, but you were not only ordered by the Leaf Village, but more specifically, you were ordered by the elders, were you not? You have a keen eye, I see. What made you come to the conclusion yourself, anyway? I don't know. I know you, Itachi. You saved my life. At least you saved me from Orochimaru. So, I know you wouldn't just kill your own clan for mere sport. It would make no sense. You are very right. Itachi would then sense the presence of Jiraiya, who would immediately launch an Uchiha style, or it's not an Uchiha style, a fire style Uchiha-like jutsu, which would immediately hit Itachi, sending him flying. Itachi would then appear in front of Naruto as he would tell Naruto that he apologizes that his fight was cut short. Itachi would then basically release the genjutsu that he had on both Sasuke and Kisame, as Kisame would get up and Sasuke would kind of just stay passed out. Kisame would then ask what was happening to him and what type of genjutsu he was in, as he would say that Jiraiya had put him under a genjutsu. Itachi would then basically kind of like implant a genjutsu into Naruto's Sharingan, as at this very moment he's right beside Naruto, so he basically just placed his hand over Naruto's Sharingan, implanting a genjutsu in it whenever he sees Jiraiya. Like, basically when he sees Jiraiya, the genjutsu will unfold. And Naruto and Jiraiya will learn a lot more about, like, Itachi and a lot of things, really. Basically, he's doing it so that he can tell the Leaf everything about how the Akatsuki operates and their leader and the ninja within their ranks and things of the sort. Anyhow, Itachi would then point to Jiraiya, saying that Jiraiya had put you under a genjutsu. Kisame would smirk. Well, at least you freed me from it. Now, we can kill him. Jiraiya would then immediately summon Gamma Bunta, as Itachi would look at the massive toad in front of him, and Kisame would as well, as he would immediately place his blade in front of him. Itachi would shake his head. I'm getting a bit low on chakra, but not only that. We should go now. Jiraiya is not somebody who we should mess with. Not yet, at least. I see. Playing it smart. Let's go. Kisame and Itachi would then flee the scene, as Jiraiya would ask what happens, or what happened. Naruto would then look in Jiraiya's eyes as the genjutsu would unfold. Naruto and Jiraiya would then be told who is in the Akatsuki, what the Akatsuki's organization is for, what Itachi has done under the Akatsuki, why Itachi massacred the clan, who ordered him to murder the clan, and what Itachi wants for Sasuke, or basically wants Sasuke to do. All of this information came to a shock to them both, but what really shocked Naruto was that the Akatsuki wanted him. Naruto would, at this point, come to the realization that he needs to get much stronger, or at least needs to get strong enough to protect himself and his friends who may be caught in the crossfire of a quote-unquote Akatsuki attack, or even an invasion, which Itachi was saying was very possible if somebody like Pain, who Itachi knows as the leader of the group, wanted to do so. And with that, this concludes the fight with Itachi and Kisame. Jiraiya and Naruto would immediately go on the move, deciding to bring Sasuke along with them, as they would basically find Tsunade gambling like they had in the canon. Contrary to the canon, though, Naruto is going to challenge Tsunade. Yes, I know, I am aware he did do this in the canon, but I think you'll understand that there's a bit that's going to be different here. Naruto would then challenge Tsunade, who would gladly accept, as Naruto would rush towards Tsunade with a kunai in hand. Tsunade would immediately put out her one finger, as that was kind of like the deal of the fight, as Naruto would tell her that she should have never underestimated him with such a measly trick. Naruto would then throw the kunai up into the air as he would grab Tsunade's finger. Tsunade, even being the strong kunoichi that she is, let alone if you think that she's the strongest kunoichi, which she probably is, and in my opinion she is, because Kaguya is not a kunoichi, besides Sakura, who at this point is not too strong. But basically what I'm getting at is that he would hold Tsunade's finger as Tsunade would pour in as much chakra as she could, trying to lift Naruto's grasp. Naruto would then enter attack mode as chakra would surround his palm and hand. Naruto would then twist Tsunade's finger, throwing her up into the air as Tsunade would fall on her back. You've got guts, kid. Now, Tsunade would now run towards Naruto with a punch, as Naruto would basically create a Rasengan, but it was kind of like that imperfect Rasengan he had, as he would try to hit Tsunade with it. But because of it being imperfect, Tsunade would be able to stop the Rasengan and slam Naruto into a nearby wall. Naruto would then be slammed into this wall, as he had realized that he had lost. Naruto would then pass out, as he was kind of under previous strain from fighting Itachi and Kisame, and the Earth Stone that he had made before, and the Genjutsu trick, and many things, really. Naruto would then make a bet with Tsunade that basically he gets, like, the necklace, right, and all that stuff, if he can learn the jutsu in 3 days, right? As such, Naruto would basically learn or get it down, because he kind of already learned the Rasengan, but to basically perfect it in 3 days, as Tsunade and Jiraiya would now have to fight Orochimaru. Tsunade still does drug Jiraiya, though. Orochimaru seeing Naruto is not going to happen here, because Orochimaru is kind of not gonna be able to be, like, in the leaf, or, like, here is what I mean. Okay, let me explain to you guys if you kind of don't know what I'm saying. Basically, what I'm saying is that Orochimaru is currently under the leaf's captivity, so he's not gonna be here, but instead, Kabuto and the Sound, I guess you could say 5, are here, because they managed to escape, but Orochimaru was basically the prime suspect, and Orochimaru was captured. Anyhow, they would all be here with Kabuto, as they would be standing on Manda, because, to my knowledge, Kabuto actually does know the summoning contract. Anyhow, they would all then rush towards Jiraiya, as Naruto and Tsunade would appear. Tsunade would have her moment, but not really the same, but she does still have a moment where she does bleed, and that is caused by Kimimaro, who is actually fighting Tsunade, and which would be a pretty good fight for Tsunade. And Tsunade basically gets over her blood by seeing Naruto struggle and eventually decide that he will unleash what you could call his full power. Naruto would then activate his Rinnegan and Sharingan, as he would immediately turn the tide of the battle, immediately taking out each Sound 5 member, if you will, one by one, until there was only Kabuto. Naruto would then activate his Tensagon, as he would use the chakra armor provided by it. Now, do you have a death wish? Kabuto, was it? Naruto would then activate his Byakugan and his Tensagon, his Tensagon being in his right eye and his Byakugan being in his left, as he would say that he's not in the mood for games. So, if he doesn't tell them, basically, what secrets he knows, and basically intel, then Naruto's gonna kill him. Naruto's not really serious about this, but if Kabuto really tested him, he might just do it, because, well, this isn't really the Naruto that we know. This is a different Naruto, and this is the Naruto of him having all Dojutsu and being raised by Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Kabuto would immediately spill everything, as Kimimaro would try to kill Kabuto, but was unfortunately unable to do anything, as that's not really unfortunate for Naruto, but unfortunate for him. Naruto would then walk over to Kimimaro, who would try to use his last jutsu on Naruto, whose chakra armor would protect him. But Naruto felt a little sad that Kimimaro had wasted his life on an attack that barely even scratched Naruto. And his illness basically sped up and, killed Kimimaro. He basically killed himself. Naruto, Tsunade, and Jiraiya would then return to the village, as Tsunade was now kind of ready to become Hokage, but Naruto was trying to basically become Hokage himself. So he would ask Hiruzen to become Hokage. Hiruzen would tell Naruto that he's not ready yet, even though he sure as hell has the power, even to compete with himself. Which would mean that Naruto is basically stronger than any of the other 5 Kage, since Hiruzen is. Which would make Naruto and Hiruzen get into an argument just because Naruto is too young to, quote-unquote, have the role of Hokage. Now, this is where we're going to go into, basically, I guess you could call it the, how would I say this? The, quote-unquote, time skip. Basically, here, Orochimaru is now going to, I guess you could say, revive himself through the curse mark of Kidomaru, who is currently alive. as Naruto had spared them and let them, just retreat and stuff, because Kabuto had already spilled all the beans. And basically, we now have the time skip here, where each Sound 4 member has gotten a lot stronger. Kabuto's gotten a lot stronger through, like, many experiments on himself and the Sound 4 members. And not only that, but Naruto and Sasuke have had, like, a final duel of sorts where Naruto only used his Sharingan versus Sasuke's Sharingan, as they had, like, an amazing duel, right? And basically now they're just training, and they've been training for 4 years. And who have they been training with? Kakashi has been training with Sasuke. Jiraiya has been training with Naruto, and they both have been, like, kind of, like, intertwining with each other. What I mean by that is that they both went on the training trip together for 4 years, and they kind of switch between one another every once in a while. Anyhow, but with that being said, where we're gonna end it off is, like, at the start of the time skip. So Ramyek's back with another video. I hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. As the title suggests, this is What If Naruto Had a Dojutsu Part 7, and this is basically the first episode into Shippuden, so I hope you guys don't mind. And I hope this didn't feel too rushed into it. I think about 7 parts to get into Shippuden is quite fair. But with that being said, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Jiraiya, and Kakashi would all be much stronger. But in particular, Naruto, Sasuke, Jiraiya, and Kakashi would return to the village, as Sakura currently has done her training with Tsunade, who at this point is the current Hokage. Because Hiruzen's, he's getting a bit old, he decided to step down, and train the next generation, basically. And he's kind of lived a pretty good life, but he is not dead yet. Naruto would then return, as basically there was going to be a sort of battle test where Naruto and Sasuke would meet Sakura, catch up a little, as they would then have a battle test where Sakura goes up against Tsunade, Kakashi goes up against Sasuke, and Jiraiya goes up against Naruto. And with that would basically be this new battle test where each person has a battle test. And I'll try to explain this a little bit deeper as we go. But with that being said, Jiraiya has 2 bells, Kakashi has 2 bells, and Tsunade has 2 bells. As long as Sakura can get Tsunade's bells, as long as Sasuke can get Kakashi's bells, and as long as Naruto can get Jiraiya's bells, they all pass. As such, immediately, they would all rush towards their quote-unquote opponents, as it would be a pretty wholesome fight, at least in my opinion. This fight would go on for about 10 minutes, as all of them would be pretty tired at this point, as they've been going all out. Eventually, Naruto would decide to unleash a bit more power against Jiraiya, and Sasuke would do the same. Sasuke would activate his 3 Tomoe, and Naruto would activate his 3 Tomoe, but not only his 3 Tomoe, but also his Rinnegan. This was basically Naruto's, like, favorite combination of his dojutsus, because it kind of basically allowed him to, bring out all of his power. Naruto would then activate attack mode, as he would appear behind Jiraiya, grabbing him. He would then create a shadow clone, which would use a Rasengan on Jiraiya, slamming him into a tree. But before Jiraiya could land and basically just, pass out, be injured, or anything of the sort, Naruto would put his hand on Jiraiya's back with his right hand, and with his left, he would grab the bells. Jiraiya would then be in shock of how strong Naruto was and how fast he had matured from the, short knucklehead he knew a few years ago, since about 4 years have passed. Jiraiya would then congratulate Naruto on getting the bells, as at this very moment, Sasuke had been in sword duel with Kakashi. Sasuke would then get behind Kakashi, grabbing him, as he would then knee Kakashi in his thigh, causing Kakashi to fall to the ground. Kakashi would quickly do a backflip, landing on his feet, as Naruto would then keenly watch this fight to see if Sasuke had any quote-unquote tricks up his sleeve. Sasuke would then jump into the air, firing an Uchiha-style fireball jutsu, as Kakashi would fire off a fireball jutsu to counter. These jutsus would basically, just expel each other, as both of the jutsus would diminish into thin air. Sasuke would then quickly appear beside Kakashi, as Kakashi had never witnessed such speed. Sasuke's whole body would now be ignited with lightning style, as it had seemed that he now had a lightning armor of sorts. Sasuke would then whisper into Kakashi's ear that it's over, as Kakashi would shake his head. it's over for you. Kakashi would then activate the Mangekyo because he has learned to use the Mangekyo over these 4 years, and he's kind of trained it a little with the help of Sasuke as well. Since I don't think it's too, stretched out, if you will, to say that Kakashi has the Mangekyo right now, since he did get the Mangekyo in the canon, he even had it as early as the Deidara fight, so it is what it is. Kakashi would then try to use Kamui to basically just suck away all the lightning armor, but it had seemed that Sasuke was pouring in so much lightning chakra that it was almost as if it was, endless in a way. And Sasuke's reserves had gone up a lot, if you will. Sasuke would then slam Kakashi into a few trees as he would get behind Kakashi, and in the interval of Kakashi basically falling to the ground, he would grab the bells, basically surprising Kakashi, and he would be applauded for it by Jiraiya. Whereas Sakura right now has used one of her strongest attacks, punching the ground and creating a mini earthquake, which put Tsunade off balance, as Sakura would create a few clones to surround Tsunade so that she didn't know which one was the real one, as they would all basically bombard Tsunade using the gang up tactic, if you will, to grab the bells. And with that, all of them have passed the bell test. All of their senseis, if you will, would basically just, sorry for saying if you will a lot, would basically just applaud them all for their great effort and how powerful they have gotten over the 4-year time skip. But as soon as basically they got, I guess you could say, a moment of solitude and peace, if you will, as they had basically been able to go over to their friends and introduce themselves back again, if you will, and do many things, really. But eventually they would be called to the Sand Village. An emergency was called because after winning the bell test, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were assigned by Tsunade to a 3-man squad and kind of a 4-man squad because their leader, I guess, would be Kakashi. But at this current moment, Deidara has dropped a C3 explosion over Sunagakure, as Gaara's efforts to protect his village left him vulnerable to attack, which would also mean that Gaara is now in critical condition and has basically lost to Deidara, unfortunately for him. The Leaf would then arrive at the Sand Village as everybody would be distraught and kind of fearful for this random organization and this man with red clouds on his cloak. Kankuro would get into action as despite his former sensei, kind of sensei still, Baki's efforts to stop him, Kankuro would set out to rescue Gaara, who's been whisked away by Deidara and Sasori. But as Team Kakashi deployed, Kankuro proves to be no match for Sasori's scorpion-like tail. Meanwhile, Tsunade has basically approved for them to rescue the Kazekage. They would then try to rescue him from Gaara as Naruto would go into a bit of a rage, just like he had in canon, but not at the sight of his, I guess you could say, friend being dead, because Gaara isn't really dead yet, but he's basically just on Deidara's bird. After that, they would then basically just be able to retrieve Gaara from Deidara. I don't think Naruto is losing this fight. He's actually doing pretty well, and he doesn't even need to use his QB rage, if you will, to overpower Deidara. He's basically able to do this even without it, as he would be able to basically just body Deidara and just utterly annihilate him. And he almost left Deidara dead, unable to even use chakra. Deidara was. So he's basically kind of disabled at the moment. Doesn't mean he's disabled forever. Naruto would then grab Gaara as eventually Chiyo would appear, trying to heal Gaara with Sakura, but it was to no avail. Gaara was not able to be healed, as the secret of the Jinchuriki would be revealed. At this point, Team Guy is also here, as Team Kakashi and Team Guy would realize their recent battles were only distractions. Chiyo would also inform them that the Jinchuriki extraction process can be fatal, so if Gaara was taken by Deidara and he is now in a basically sleep-like state, that would mean that Shukaku is now out of Gaara and that he is soon to die. Everybody would be shocked there, but especially Naruto. And basically, at this point, everything has been revealed. By that I mean Sasori's true face has been revealed, Deidara has been defeated, Gaara is now said to be dead, as Sakura, Chio, and Kakashi at this point would be fighting Sasori. They would then take them down like they had in the original, but I also feel like this Sakura is going to be a lot stronger. Why, you may be asking? Why would, quote-unquote, as the fandom calls her, uselessness be so powerful or stronger than she is in the canon? Well, it's simply due to the fact that she had promised and made a very strong promise to Naruto that she would basically get stronger, and so I have no reason to say why she wouldn't, and why she wouldn't push herself even further than she did in canon, that is. Anyhow, Gaara would then be basically clinically pronounced dead by Chio, as their fight with Sasori is now ended, and Sasori has also told them about the info of, like, Kabuto being a spy and all that information. Anyhow, Naruto would then go into a rage as he was not able to control himself in his quote-unquote tangent, as he would basically see Sakura fail to bring Gaara back to life with Chio. Kakashi would then use a seal that Jiraiya gave him to suppress Naruto's nine-tailed chakra fox, or fox chakra if you will, as Chio, relying on Naruto's chakra, would perform the transmigration jutsu, I believe. Sorry for the stutter there. I'm just not too sure if that's the right jutsu, but I believe it's called the transmigration jutsu. Correct me if I'm wrong. On Gaara, a technique that carries a heavy cost. That cost is Chio's life. Team Kakashi and Team Guy would then return Gaara to Sunagakure, as Naruto would be very pleased that Gaara had survived, but he would also kind of distraught about Chio being dead, but he realized that it was for the greater good. Gaara is much younger than Chio, so, he might be able to accomplish a lot more, and he should in theory. B, Chio was already on the verge of death, or the verge of collapse, because she had just gone in an all-out fight with Sasori, and the Kazekage is still alive. There's 3 reasons why it was a better, I guess you could say, alternative, as Naruto is now in a state of happy but sad but not happy, a middle ground of sorts. Anyhow, the Sand Village would be amazed that Gaara had survived, as the new Team Kakashi would then form. But this new Team Kakashi has no Sai. I'm not putting Sai here because, well, Sasuke is still in the village. There's really no reason for Sai, at least in my opinion, as Team Kakashi would then track, but also Team Kakashi has Yamato on it, currently at least, instead of Kakashi. But anyhow, Team Kakashi would then track Kabuto's, basically, I guess you could say, escort or spy mission, if you will. It's kind of hard to explain, so I'm a bit sorry for that. But, yeah. Anyhow, Naruto would then be very enraged at that by Orochimaru's taunts, as Sasuke, Naruto, and Yamato, as well as Sakura, would be forced to come out and basically just fight Orochimaru and Kabuto. Naruto would then transform into his 3-tailed state, as he would get a grip on his anger, as he would then tell Orochimaru that he should be, I guess you could say, very scared. Orochimaru at this point has been able to break out of the Leaf's custody because he was kind of in prison, and he's basically regrouped with Kabuto and the Sound 4, and he's gotten a bit stronger, but I don't think he's strong enough to defeat Naruto in this timeline, especially since Naruto has also gotten a bit, but not even a bit, a lot stronger. 4 years to train is a lot. And Orochimaru has only been free from the Leaf's custody for a year, so he's only had a year to actually train. So that's a bit of a downside. Orochimaru would immediately create about 3 shadow clones, as he would also realize that what he thought to be a failed experiment, that being Yamato, had actually survived. Orochimaru would not only bite Sasuke again, but he would also bite Naruto again. Naruto did not really care about this because he knew that he could easily kind of, just take it off and in a way. And he also didn't care about Sasuke being bit because he knew he could also take off the curse mark from him with his Kyuubi chakra, which should in theory be able to eat away at it. But little did Naruto and Sasuke know that at least the one on Sasuke was permanent. It was not really able to be, just eaten away by Nine Tails chakra, at least not as easy. So they were kind of at a loss, but they didn't really know this. Sasuke would then grit his teeth as he fell into a great deal of pain, similar to the pain that he had felt years ago in the Forest of Death. Anyhow, eventually I feel that this fight is just gonna be dragged on, as Naruto would kind of just rip into Orochimaru, defeating him right there and then, and basically just killing him. But Orochimaru is still gonna survive. How is he gonna survive? The way that he survived, I guess you could say, in the Itachi versus Sasuke fight. He was able to, in a way, revive himself through the curse mark. So I have no doubt that he would be able to revive himself through some of the stronger Sound 4 members. And in this timeline, he's going to revive himself through Tayuya, who isn't the strongest Sound 4 member at the moment, but she's also not the weakest. Orochimaru would now be alive and well, but he knew he wasn't strong enough, so he needed to gain strength somehow. As such, he would basically just continue to work on one of his projects, and a very secretive project, which we know as Shin, an Uchiha-like being who possesses many Sharingan both on his body, his arms, his head, and his eyes. Anyhow, eventually, Sasuke would decide to basically infiltrate Orochimaru, and a lot would change here. I don't see Sai being on this team, so Sasuke's kind of going to have to play Sai's role, and I also do see a lot changing, though, since Orochimaru has been set back on his plans to basically retrieve Sasuke, because it was shown that Kabuto kind of had an understanding of him being, quote-unquote, tricked. But since Sasuke is not with Kabuto and Orochimaru, and he's not on Orochimaru's side, a lot is going to be different. So I apologize if this storyline is not similar to Shippuden, but I also don't apologize because, well, this is a what if. Anyhow, as they got back to the village, because for the sake of the what if, everything is going to go the same, but instead of Sai playing, I guess you could say, the part that he would have to, infiltrate Orochimaru and stuff, Sasuke is going to do it. But with that being said, everything's going to go the same until we get to Naruto's wind training. Naruto already knows the wind chakra release, so he would just be adding wind chakra to his Rasengan. He'd also experiment, because he has the time to, with lightning chakra and basically adding it to his Rasengan, which would create that Chidori. Naruto would then try one more chakra nature to add to his Rasengan, which would be fire style. This would create a Vermilion-like Rasengan, which Naruto tested out on basically a few trees. These trees would be non-existent when Naruto slammed his Rasengan into him, but his hand felt a bit numb from pain. Naruto was curious on why the offset of the attack had made his hand basically, numb and kind of useless for a bit, as Naruto had chopped it up as being a bit of a, side effect of using such a powerful jutsu. Naruto would then talk about this jutsu to Tsunade, who would classify the Rasen Shuriken as an S-rank jutsu, and would also classify the, I guess you could say, Fire Rasengan. Naruto's going to call this thing the Fiery Rasengan. And Tsunade would classify this as a S-rank jutsu. But due to its side effect, it kind of is in between A and S. So it's not fully S, if you kind of get what I'm saying. But anyhow, since there's a lot of filler in Naruto, we're not going to be covering the filler. I hope you guys didn't think I was going to be covering the filler. But anyhow, Kakuzu and Hidan would then basically, enter the Leaf Village, or sorry, not the Leaf Village, the Land of Fire, my apologies, as the Akatsuki would kind of have their quote-unquote invasion. Team Asuma and Team Kakashi would then be sent out to basically check this situation out, as I believe here the events of the canon would unfold. By that I mean that Asuma would die to Hidan. Since Naruto's not really there to change the course of the story, I still do see Asuma dying there, as well as the fact that Shikamaru is going to get a lot of character development here, as well as the other members of Team Asuma. But after that, we would have a fight between Kakuzu and Naruto, as Naruto would be enraged here seeing Hidan's face. But Shikamaru is going to be the one to defeat Hidan, just like in the canon. Kakuzu, in my opinion, is still going to fight and have a very long fight with Kakashi, but not only Kakashi, but Sasuke as well. The brunt of these two's attacks would be enough to make Kakuzu have to go basically full power, and with many high-ranking ninja, Chunin and Jonin and the like Neji, Shikamaru, Choji, etc., and Naruto, of course, being around, I don't see Kakuzu being able to defeat them all, so we would see Kakuzu's demise as he basically unleashed his full power and went into that weird form where he kind of has like his head's out or his heart's out, where it's I think you guys know what I'm talking about. But Naruto used the wind style Rasen Shuriken on him, as this is the first time that Team Asuma would get to see it, and other members of Team 7 who aren't, well, Kakashi. But by the end of that, Naruto would realize the price of the Rasen Shuriken and actually using it on an opponent, since he had been forced to use it 2 times since Asuma had dodged his initial strike. Tsunade would then inspect Naruto's arm, as Tsunade would make a tough decision about Naruto's new jutsu, the wind style Rasen Shuriken. This decision was that Naruto should not be able to use it, so Naruto would decide that he needs to train to be able to use it in a way. But word was also spread that Orochimaru's hideout had been found by Sasuke, as Sasuke's name would grow throughout the lands as being able to survive from Orochimaru. But at this point, I don't see that being too big of a feat, since Sasuke is far above Orochimaru at this point, at least in my opinion. But soon enough, I think that you guys will see some new information that may make this a bit different, and it may make Orochimaru's strength a lot stronger. But with that being said, I do not see Sasuke forming Team Taka because he is allied with the Leaf Village at the moment. We would get Kakashi's backstory about the Third Great Ninja War and about Obito and Rin. But with that being said, Orochimaru's, well, I guess you could say fake death would spread throughout the world, as the leader of the Akatsuki, known as Pain, would warn Itachi that Sasuke may be coming after him. Itachi already knew such a thing, as he had kind of, Genjutsu Naruto to train Sasuke, so that Sasuke could kill Itachi. Here, I do not see Sasuke fighting Deidara, not at all, because, well, Deidara is kind of already dead. He's not necessarily dead, but he has been taken by the Stone Village, which is his native village, and through an agreement of both villages, that being the Leaf and the Stone, Deidara has been placed within the Stone Village's custody. After that, we would kind of get the backstory, at least if you were watching Shippuden, we would get the backstory of Yahiko, Jiraiya, Konan, and Nagato. But since we're not watching Shippuden and we're kind of actually doing a real fight, if you will, and this fight is Jiraiya versus Pain. Jiraiya, now facing 3 Pains, would be very pressed, as a frustrated Jiraiya stalls for time as the 2 great sages, Fukasaku and Shima, devise a plan of attack. Though, I did state that Jiraiya was a lot stronger from training with Naruto and Kakashi, as well as Sasuke, so I do believe he's actually gonna be able to defeat these 6 paths, right? I actually might even say he takes the win or the dub, right? Some of you guys may not agree with me, but I think that Jiraiya actually can pull this off, but he does lose an arm, and his back really hurts. You know, his old age is starting to catch up a little. But with that being said, Jiraiya was outmatched, but I do see him winning here. Maybe I'm wrong to make that assumption that he is going to win, but at this point, Jiraiya would then return to the Leaf, as a few Anbu would kind of take him back, as at this point, Jiraiya's just passed out. New passive pain would kind of be on the way of being assembled by Nagato, who would be angered that his former sensei had been able to beat him and his passive pain. Sasuke, like I said before, had set out on a mission basically to defeat Itachi and just, kill him, as he would start his battle with Itachi. In the original, Itachi had his little, I guess you could say, mirage type genjutsu on Sasuke and stuff of the sort, as Sasuke would be fighting Itachi with most of his power. This fight would be like it was in the original. I don't see too much changing, but for the sole fact and for the sole sake of plot, Sasuke is beating Itachi, and it's not even fully on plot, and Sasuke's just strong enough to do so. And yes, Itachi's illness still kills him here, but it would be a very wholesome moment for Sasuke to know that he had avenged his clan, and Sasuke would also figure out the truth about Itachi. But Itachi died, you may be asking. Well, Itachi would use a genjutsu before all of his chakra was basically drained, and the chakra that he was holding onto to survive in the original before just, dying would actually be used on two things. First, to activate the Amaterasu within Sasuke's eyes, and second, to be able to tell Sasuke everything. Obito does not need to explain this stuff. Naruto would then go looking for Sasuke, as Sasuke at this point has been taken in by Obito. But he would start to tell, I guess you would say, the quote-unquote story, the truth, if you will. And since this is in really Obito, this is kind of Madara, but it's actually Obito. You get the point I'm trying to make. Sasuke would see this as being Madara Uchiha, as he would reveal the secret behind the Uchiha massacre. Sasuke would already know this information and would know that the elders had kind of ordered him to do so he didn't really care and would leave Obito's custody, if you will. And after doing so, he would not fight Killer Bee. I see no reason for Sasuke to even go after Killer Bee. At this point, he's actually just going to return to the Leaf Village. But I do think that this part has gone on pretty long. And so this has been What If Naruto Had a Dojutsu, or had all Dojutsu, my apologies, part 7. Hope you guys all enjoyed. Make sure to like, share the video to a friend, and like, so just my content in general. Subscribe if you're new here, as I want to hit 9,000 subscribers by the end of August and 14K by the end of the year. And with that being said, Rami X back with another video. I hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. As the title suggests, this is What If Naruto Had All Dojutsu, part 8. I hope you guys don't mind today's video, but with that being said, make sure to like, share the video to a friend, like, so just anime content in general. Subscribe if you're new here, as I want to hit 9,000 subscribers by the end of August and 14K by the end of the year. Check out my second channel down below, and we can now get into the what if. So in the last part, we basically explained how Sasuke wouldn't be fighting Bee, and he would just return to the Leaf Village after talking to Obito, instead of really joining the Akatsuki and things of the sort, right? But we now switch to this perspective of Jiraiya, who we also explained would fight against Pain and all of that good stuff, right? And he does beat the 6 passive Pain, but at the cost of losing his arm still. The problem with this is that Pain, or Nagato actually in this scenario, because Pain has just been defeated, Nagato would realize how much of a threat Jiraiya is and would see Jiraiya as the #1 threat of the Leaf Village. As such, he would send 2 Akatsuki members after Jiraiya. Why, you may be asking? To kill him. Also, at this point, I do see Kisame going after Killer Bee, and I do see Killer Bee and A kind of like killing Kisame, but like it was actually Zetsu, that whole plot where Kisame was kind of like hiding in Samehada and stuff. Yeah, that's still gonna happen. But with that being said, I also do see Naruto still learning Sage Mode. Why, you may be asking? Because of the following events. Jiraiya would now be faced with a difficult task, one after another. He had just defeated the 6 Paths of Pain, and now he was up against an insurmountable threat. Something he knew himself he wouldn't be able to get away from. The threat of Obito Uchiha, but at this point, disguised as Madara Uchiha. But now there was another threat. He not only had to go up against Madara Uchiha, but Juzo, the creator, technically, of the curse mark. You see, Konan had been ordered by Nagato to look for some new Akatsuki members, as she had been doing some research and had been able to figure out that 2 decently strong ninja, known as Juzo and Suigetsu, have basically been being imprisoned within Orochimaru's hideouts, and have kind of just been there. And since Orochimaru had died, they were not really going to be able to, go anywhere. Juzo had kind of been able to be tamed, if you will, by Konan, as Konan's angelic-like appearance had made him kind of fall to his feet and, bow to basically join the Akatsuki, as she had used her angelic wings to appear as some sort of deity of sorts. And learning from Juzo of another member that could potentially join the Akatsuki, known as Karin, Konan would go find Suigetsu, and then would go find Karin. Of course, Suigetsu and Karin would bicker, but eventually they would just be fine, and things would go like they should. Basically, Suigetsu, Juzo, and Karin would join the Akatsuki, filling up a few members who had passed away, like Itachi, not really Datara because he's not dead, but Sasori, Kakazu, and things of the sort, right? Anyhow, Jiraiya now had to fight these 2, so he knew he was going to die. Jiraiya would then pull out a notebook as he would start to write down on it. His message would be to Naruto and to the Leaf Village itself, to the ninja who have wills like none other, to the ninja who will continue to live much longer than he has. Jiraiya would write, Naruto, Konoha, you are my home. Everyone there is my family. I apologize for having to write this in the first place, but I presume fate cannot be helped. Naruto, I truly do believe that you can become Hokage. All you need is some training. All you need is a will. You just need to be powerful enough to do it. And anybody else, you will carry on the will of fire for generations to come. Your children and your children's children will. And Tsunade, I wish I could have survived and come back. Maybe we could have just drank some sake. That would have been nice too. Instead of the whole date thing. But either way, it appears to be that fate chose me to die. But I must tell you this. Pain. And in this part of the message, he would kind of encrypt it, as he would then say that Pain is basically his former student who is the Rinnegan, and that he had seen some of the former paths kind of revive and get revived, so there still may be more. And he would also say that somebody's controlling the paths of Pain, probably Nagato, his former student who possessed the Rinnegan, as he would then put a period ending the note. Not Kisame, my apologies, Obito and Juzo would then watch as Jiraiya would put a note with many kanji on it, within his, basically, shirt, if you will, as he would then get into a fighting stance. Bring it on, Akatsuki. And with that, Jiraiya would be, unfortunately, killed. Jiraiya's death would spread through many lands as Naruto would eventually get the news. Naruto would freeze as he would start to shed a few tears. And not just a few, an abundant amount. Naruto, at this current moment, was in the Hokage office as he would break out through the window and would basically just run around the Leaf Village, thinking of every moment that he had with his sensei. Everything that Jiraiya had done for him. Every moment that they had sat near a fire and ate food together. Every moment that Jiraiya had acted in a way that a father should. Naruto thought of it all. Everything Jiraiya had done for him. Playing even more of a role in his life, at least currently, than his adopted father, Hiruzen. So much Jiraiya had done, Naruto thought to himself, as he now sat on a bench, tears flowing out of his eyes uncontrollably. Naruto would then look to the ground as he would go wide-eyed. A fraction of the Kyuubi's chakra would be released, but Naruto would keep it in check, as he would slam his hand into the ground. Many things would break around him, especially a few trees and a stoplight, or a streetlight, would fall to the ground. Naruto would even remember a few missions he had gone on with Jiraiya when he was of the mere age of 12. Naruto had remembered everything, and had even remembered all of Jiraiya's research and the many things he had done. Naruto thought about this all as he wondered who killed Jiraiya. He wasn't concerned with why, because he knew Jiraiya wouldn't just die for no reason. Something must have happened to him. Somebody must have done something to him. So he knew that as long as he could avenge Jiraiya, he would be okay. But then he thought about it. Why go on? He no longer has a sensei. But as this thought popped into his head, somebody would appear. Hiruzen, Naruto's father, contrary to Haruka appearing in the canon. Hiruzen would then tell Naruto that he feels his pain. Jiraiya was his student. Naruto would realize that if Hiruzen was okay, well then he should be able to be just as strong as well. But Hiruzen would look up into the sky as he would start to cry just as much as Naruto had, telling Naruto that he must be strong for Jiraiya's sake, because that is what Jiraiya would have wanted. Naruto would nod. You're right, father. That is what Jiraiya would have wanted. I'm sure of it. But with that, Naruto would now have a new drive, as he would want to learn Sage Mode. I see no reason why he wouldn't, because Jiraiya had talked about Sage Mode with Naruto many times, and Naruto had seen Jiraiya training with Sage Mode many times. Anyhow, Naruto would then go to Mount Byaboku, where he would learn Sage Mode and would have, I think at least, even more of a drive to learn it, mastering it in about a week. But as he mastered it, the unfortunate Akatsuki invasion would happen. This invasion is going to be much different. All 6 paths have been revived by Nagato, who has all 6 paths, which means even though he has a path for the path, but since that path kind of destroyed, he revives the paths of pain. So the 6 paths of pain have entered the village. But not only that, but Obito, disguised as Madara Uchiha, has entered the village. Juzo, Suigetsu, and Karin have entered the village. The Sound 4 have entered the village, along with Orochimaru, and many snake-like summonings, as well as the Sound Village itself. The Leaf was being attacked from all sides, as powerful ninja would step up to take the mantle of defeating these ninja. Naruto would be at the center of this, as he would arrive just in the nick of time to save Tsunade from pain, and to basically save Sakura from pain as well, because she cried out for Naruto's name, as Naruto would appear on the summoning known as Gamabunta, which had now been fully Naruto's, as Jiraiya had passed away. Naruto would now follow in the footsteps of his master, as for a moment Tsunade had thought that Naruto was Jiraiya, almost similar to how Kakashi had thought that Naruto was Minato in the Great Ninja War when he activated his KCM. Naruto would then jump off Gamabunta as he would get into a fighting stance, Are you the ones who killed my master? No, I am not, Pain would say. Because Pain's the one who we only see talking. Kind of weird, but kind of makes sense. Pain would then say that he only managed to take an arm from his master, but he had put out the order to kill him, and some of his subordinates had. Madara Uchiha and Juzo had taken out your master, Naruto. Naruto would then grit his teeth as he would realize that he can't, lose himself to his rage and anger, because if so, then Sage Mode could be disrupted, and his clones at Mount Miyaboku might also disappear. Naruto would then rush towards Pain, basically devastating this man. He was only able to survive from sacrificing multiple of the paths of pain, as one of the paths of pain would then start to absorb Naruto's chakra, which was not something Naruto was fond of, judging by the fact that he was currently in Sage Mode, where he needs to keep his chakra levels at a nice plateau. Naruto would then grit his teeth as he would then come to the realization, just like he had in canon, that if he, gathers nature energy, then that's what the path of pain will be absorbing. Naruto would then do so, as the path of pain would turn into a frog, and he would break free from its grasp as he kind of just turned into a stone, right? Naruto would then rush towards that main path of pain, as the rest of the path of pains would sacrifice themselves, and at this point, everything is basically going the same. By that, I mean that Pain in this timeline has already attacked Kakashi and kind of beat him, right? Pain in this timeline has destroyed the village with his almighty push, but the difference in canon is that Naruto has now defeated all 6 paths of pain, or not all, but all 5 paths of pain besides Pain himself, much quicker than he had in canon. At this point, Naruto would rush towards the main path of pain as he would jump into the air, creating a Rasengan. Naruto would then hold his Rasengan up in front of him, as he then remembered everything again. Everything his sensei had done for him. Naruto would then grit his teeth as he would deactivate Sage Mode, now in his base form. You Pain. That's your name, right? Yes, my name is Pain. Well, you're about to feel a lot of that. You took him away. You took my sensei! Naruto would then rush towards Pain as he would slam the Rasengan into him, basically destroying him entirely. He would then come to the realization that he needs to basically find out who is controlling Pain, as he had been able to figure that out for the fight, as Shikamaru at this point has come out with that scientist girl who was researching the letter and had basically encrypted the message and was now trying to get to somebody who could do something about it. That being Naruto. Naruto would then learn of Jiraiya's words as he would smile to himself and he would shed a tear from his left eye and a tear from his right. Naruto would then thank Shikamaru and the scientist lady who I've forgotten his name. Naruto would then put one of the rods or Renegon rods into his arm, as he would then feel, or into his arm / hand / area, as he would then feel a signal of sorts from the direction of Nagato, as he would rush towards it, continuously stabbing it into his hand / arm so that he could continuously grab the signal. Naruto would then appear near a tree as he would open the tree up, which was kind of convenient, as he would then be in front of Nagato Uzumaki in Konan. Naruto would ask if they were the ones who had killed his sensei, as they would say that what they had through Pain. They were the ones who put out the order, and not only that, but they had taken an arm from his sensei. Maybe he could have won if he had the arm, and they didn't fight him. Naruto would grit his teeth as he would enter a semi-Nine-Tail Sage Mode through his rage. Naruto would then shake his head. I won't hurt you. Naruto had only said this because Nagato had asked if Naruto was here to kill them. Naruto would then say that he only wishes to make them leave, to make them end the Akatsuki, to to make them end the bloodshed. Nagato, hearing Naruto's resolve, had saw him as peculiar, as he would ask Naruto, does he now understand pain? Naruto would say that he never didn't understand pain. From a young age, he was treated like an abomination, something people didn't want around. He was never shown life as a normal boy. He was never taught life as a normal boy. As such, he has known pain for more years than he has fingers to count. Nagato would squint his eyes at what Naruto had said. So what will you do? What will you do in the ninja world? What will I do, huh? I'll become Hokage. I'll stop pain with peace. I'll stop pain by reuniting, no, allying each country. I will bring order to the ninja world. I will make a safe place for my children and my children's children. Nagato would cough up some blood. Do you truly believe that you can defeat every opponent who gets in your way? There are many people who will be stronger than you. You're right about that. I think my master might have told me something about that. But all of those people, well, they can go to hell. Because I'll just train to get stronger than them. Nagato would then be surprised that he would explain his story, the story of Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, and how Jiraiya had saved them. After explaining all of this, after showing you that we, the ones who Jiraiya showed pity upon, we, the ones who Jiraiya did not kill, do you still see no reason of killing me? Naruto would look to the ground as he would squint his eyes, and then he would smile, looking up at Nagato. It was his decision. Yeah, it's pretty scummish of you to kill him. He was the guy who even let you live. He was the guy who made you what you are today. But I don't see a reason of killing you. I said that before, and I mean it. I see. Nagato would then tell Konan that he apologizes, that he believes that Naruto, as in his words he would say, I believe that Naruto will accomplish such things. I believe that Naruto will be able to bring true peace. Mother has ideologies of pain to bring peace. I don't agree with them, because Naruto is alive. As long as this boy lives, the ninja world will be in safe hands. Don't do it, Nagato. I must, Konan. I apologize sincerely. Rene rebirth. And with that, Nagato would revive each Leaf Ninja who had fallen, except for Jiraiya, of course. Awesome, you get the point. All of the Leaf Ninja that he had personally killed, right? As the Leaf would parade with victory, and everybody would be in high spirits, congratulating Naruto for basically saving the Leaf Village, and congratulating all of the ninja who risked their lives, like Sasuke, Kakashi, Tsunade, kind of Sakura for healing a few people, Team Asuma, many other ninja, right? As at this point, we are going to bring this part to an end. Hope you guys all enjoyed today's video, as this has been What If Naruto Had All Dojutsu Part 8. And yeah, make sure to like the video to a friend, like for those just saying the content in general. Subscribe if you're new here, as I want to hit 9,000 subscribers by the end of August and 14K by the end of the year. And with that being said, Rami X back for another video. Hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. And with that being said, make sure to like, share the video to a friend, like, whatever, just name it, content in general. Subscribe if you're new here, as I want to hit 9,000 subscribers by the end of August and 14K by the end of the year. But with that being said, check my channel down below, or my second channel, and we can now get into the recap. In the last part, we ended off with Naruto defeating Pain, the village basically parading with victory and congratulating the many warriors who had fought in what you could call the Akatsuki's invasion, as basically Sasuke had put his life on the line, Kakashi, etc., all of which who had been very injured and things of the sort. So the village was just congratulating them for just, protecting the village, as all of them would be very happy. But now there was another threat. A 5 Kage summit was called by many villages, those villages being the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Stone Village, and a few others. Why, you may be asking? Because their Jinchurikis were gone. They were being wiped out in a way, or they were being killed, to be more exact. So they wanted to know what was happening. Of course, the same 5 Kage summit was called in the canon, and it's still happening here. Naruto would tag along with Kakashi, who is the current Hokage at this current time, because Tsunade kind of had her, coma phase, and I'm just not going to make it so that Danzo becomes Hokage. I think that's the right decision here, but it's really up to you guys. Anyhow, Danzo's not going to become Hokage, so Kakashi's going to be the quote-unquote 6th Hokage, as Kakashi would basically venture out to the 5 Kage summit. But he has 2 subordinates. I already talked about how Naruto's tagging along, but I feel like Sasuke's also going to tag along. Since you can't have 2 Hokage bodyguards, I think it just makes sense for him to have Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto and Sasuke would then, go with Kakashi to the 5 Kage summit, as a lot of things would be discussed and tensions were running high. Eventually, their talk would start to come to a hiatus of sorts, or to a close, as Obito Uchiha would appear, using Kamui to enter the 5 Kage summit room. Obito would then explain his plan of the infinite Tsukuyomi and would say to everybody that he is Madara Uchiha and would declare the 4th Great Ninja War, as every village would scramble to gather weapons and things of the sort, and an alliance would be formed, known as the Shinobi Alliance. Naruto would very much be happy, and by that I mean he'd be very, very, very happy, because a part of his dream was being realized. Like he said to Nagato, he wanted everybody in every village to unite. He wanted something similar to a Shinobi Alliance. So now that it was happening, he was amazed that such a thing was even possible, because in all honesty, he thought it may have never been able to be achieved, because, well, he'd shoot for the moon and land on the stars. Metaphorically, of course. Naruto and the Leaf Village as a whole would get all of their Genin, Chunin, Jonin, etc., basically just ready for the fight. As at this point, all the Genin, I'm going to say, are going to stay back and, protect the village, as all the Chunin and Jonin are actually going to go and fight. On the battlefield, everybody who made a name for themselves is going to, so, the Konoha 12, since Sasuke's still around, and, the Cloud Ninja, and Darui Samui, etc., right? Everybody's just gonna, make a difference in this war, and the tide of battle, I think, is gonna lean on the Shinobi Alliance, because of Naruto's, first off, superior strength here, and Sasuke being in the fight at the beginning. A lot of things are just gonna be different. Of course, Sakura is also keeping the casualties on a very low level due to the fact that she's able to heal multiple people and things of the sort. I just see this war being a very bad war where a lot of people are going to fall in battle, but I also see it being a very victorious war, while eventually I do see Obito being able to turn the tide a bit with some more Edos, because I think seeing how low the Akatsuki's numbers were, he would make Kabuto revive a lot more people, which would keep the odds the same as they were in the canon. Also, this Naruto at this point has just mastered KCM, because while trying to learn it at Turtle Island, since they were originally trying to keep Naruto out of the fight, Naruto had managed to learn KCM, and even KCM 2, because if you didn't recall, Naruto has half of the Nine Tails' chakra already under his control, so it was kind of easy for him to master KCM1 and even 2. Anyhow, Naruto would eventually see his father Minato, as he would be very happy. Also, this is his first interaction with Minato, and technically it was Naruto's birthday, to my knowledge. If I'm wrong, I apologize, but I'm pretty sure it was Naruto's 16th birthday on that day, and Minato never really got to see him, so this would be the first time that they got to see each other, and Naruto would be very happy and would just, have a fatherly son bond, if you will. Naruto would now be faced with a dilemma. Obito had just been able to basically grab the Nine Tails from Kinkaku and use it so that he could power the Geto statue and basically use the 10 tails, because he already had B's chakra tail, if you will, from the Octopops, or the 8 tails known as Yuki, so he was able to go along with the Geto statue, though this 10 tails is a bit weak because, well, like it was in canon, it's just not its full power, but it's the same 10 tails that we see in the original. Anyhow, Obito then absorbs this 10 tails, as Madara would now be on the scene, and Madara's already done what he did in the canon, so basically all that's happening here is that the events of the canon are going to go the same. I don't know if this was a disappointment for you guys, but I see everything going the same in the war, but with A, less casualties, B, more of a defeat on Obito's side, and C, Obito still gets talk no jutsu'd, if you will, by Naruto, as that's how I see this storyline going. But there's one more threat: Kaguya Otsutsuki. I see no reason why Zetsu would not backstab Madara, who had just, gained the 10 tails. I just don't see it not happening, because just for the sake of the story, it would make sense. Plus, I also do not see Naruto and Sasuke dying, per se. I see them still being visited by the Sage of Six Paths, though, as they would get their Sage of Six Paths chakra to deal with Kaguya, because in my mind, she's a pretty big threat. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi would be the only ones not to be placed in the Infinite Tsukiyomi, as they're basically the only people who can fight Kaguya. Just like it happened in canon, or just like all the events happened in the canon, as they would now have to go up against Kaguya. But Naruto's superior strength, he'd be able to utilize all of his dojutsu, being able to use his Rinnegan, Sharingan, Byakugan, Tenseigan, etc., etc. But basically, what he would do is create a few shadow clones, which would all utilize the dojutsu. Basically, similar to having, for example, his main body would be using the Sharingan and Rinnegan, where his second, for the sake of the story, his first shadow clone would then use the Rinnegan in his eyes, both of them. His second shadow clone, the Sharingan in both of his eyes. The third shadow clone, the Byakugan in both of his eyes. The fourth shadow clone, the Tenseigan in both of his eyes. The sixth shadow clone, the sixth shadow clone would have the Jogan, and the fifth would just have, nothing. Every single clone of Naruto's would just bombard Kaguya, with Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi being able to help, as I see them pulling the victory. If you guys don't agree with me, per se, and don't think that a stronger Naruto and Sasuke wouldn't still be able to seal away Kaguya, I believe that they would. I think that's just common knowledge. But either way, they would pull the victory, as they would then basically be teleported out of the Kaguya dimension by the power of the Hokage. It was kind of iffy on how this happened, but basically all the Edo Kage were able to create a seal that transported them back to their the main universe, or the main Naruto timeline. I don't know how that happened. It's not really explained, but it was shown in the Naruto Storm games, and it was shown in the anime. Think about episode 500 and something. But yeah, anyhow, Naruto and Team 7 would just be teleported back, as Obito is still gonna die, and things, like I said before, are gonna go like they had in the canon. Everybody would parade with victory, but not the same as they were with pain. This was something that the whole world was betting on. This was the victory for the Shinobi Alliance. Everybody would be proud with joy as Naruto would be congratulated as the hero of the world and the world's strongest ninja. Naruto, at this point, would be very happy as he would ask Tsunade, who should be on the battlefield at the current moment, if he could become Hokage. Tsunade wouldn't know how to respond to this as he would then go to Kakashi, who's the current Hokage, asking him if he can become Hokage. Kakashi would tell Naruto that he needs to get a bit more mature, if you will. He needs to get some more experience on, quote-unquote, the battlefield, even though I feel like that's kind of iffy, if you will, to explain it in the least bit possible. But basically what I'm trying to say is that it's a bit odd how Naruto needs a bit more experience because, well, Naruto just fought a war, but it is what it is. Kakashi would tell him to do so, as Naruto would spend the next 4 years training on getting stronger, on getting more experience, on basically, you know, advancing through the ninja system, as at this current time, Sasuke is not going to be imprisoned. But I also do not see Sasuke marrying Sakura. And maybe you guys wanted that to happen, maybe you didn't, but I don't see it happening here, and I'll explain. Sasuke only wanted to marry Sakura and, well, really have kids with her and things of the sort because of the sole fact that he wanted to atone for his sins. You don't believe me? Just look it up. So, he was kind of like just doing it to atone. There was nothing for him to atone here. He did nothing against the Leaf Village. He did... Excuse me. Something went down the wrong hole, I assume. Anyhow, he did nothing against the Leaf Village. He did nothing against the world, even. So, he's really has nothing to atone for. Instead, I see him actually marrying Karin. I see Karin maybe, you know, asking Sasuke to marry her. And I could see them having a family. Maybe 2 children. And I'll get into their names in the next part. But I see that happening. Maybe you guys don't. Maybe you guys like the Sakura x Sasuke ship. But I see Sasuke marrying Karin. But for Hinata, I'd say she still marries Naruto. I see no reason why that would change. Since Neji, as I said, the events of the canon still unfold. So Neji still is going to die here. And Naruto and Hinata's bond is only going to be further amplified. Instead of Iruka being Naruto's like father figure at their wedding, it would be Hiruzen, who is still alive. Mind you, he is very, 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 very old, but he is still alive. He's like in his 70s, 80s, and you get the point. Anyhow, Sasuke still goes on a lot of missions, but I think Karin would become a citizen of the Leaf Village, and around the time that Naruto had, well, Boruto, I would see him actually becoming Hokage. So I'd see Naruto becoming Hokage at around like 21. It's not specifically stated that's when Naruto like had Boruto, but that's when he's gonna have Boruto in this timeline. And a fact of the matter stands that I think Naruto's gonna become Hokage much sooner due to the fact that he's just much stronger, he's much more mature, and he just has the power to show for it. Not saying he didn't in the original. Naruto would then bring many changes to the Leaf Village. He would create stronger bonds with the other villages, like the Cloud, Stone, Mist, etc., etc. And he would basically just overall change the ninja world and the ninja system. And I hope this was a good explanation of what's going to happen in Boruto, but I do see a lot changing for the Chunin exams, so, yeah, I think I'm going to cover the Chunin exams in the next part, and that next part will be the finale. Hope you guys all enjoyed today's video. Make sure to like, share the video to a friend, like, so there's just anime content in general, and, subscribe if you're new here. Check out my second channel down below where I also post videos, and with that being said, Rami X. Oh. Rami X back with another video. I hope you guys enjoyed today's segment / part / video. And yeah, make sure to like the video to a friend and like so this or just anime content in general. Subscribe if you're new here, as I want to hit 9,000 subscribers by the end of August and 14K by the end of the year. And with that being said, we can now get into the video. So in the last part, we basically explained how Boruto would be born, and we also explained how Sasuke would marry Karin. I didn't say that he would be having children, but for the sake of the story, he will be having children, and he will be having about two. His first child will be named Raiju Uzumaki, a boy, and his second child will be Sarada Uzumaki, a girl. These two are going to be twins, and you may be wondering why Sasuke would even think about naming his child or one of his children Sarada. I really see no reason why he wouldn't. It was never stated that Sakura picked out the name, so, that's just going to be his name here. And why the Uzumaki at the end? Well, I think that's pretty simple. I just see, them taking Karin's last name. But at the same time, I feel like Raiju would take the Uchiha last name instead of the Uzumaki last name, and Sarada would take the Uzumaki last name. And for Naruto, he's actually going to have 3 children instead of just Boruto. So first off, he's going to have Boruto, then he's going to have Himawari, but he's also going to have another child named Rizu. There's only going to be a 2-year difference between Himawari and Boruto, and there's going to be another 2-year difference between Rizu and Boruto. Meaning that Himawari and Rizu are both twins as well. I hope that's not too confusing for you guys, but yeah. So basically, I see everything going pretty similar until we get to the Chunin exams, where a lot happens. Of course, the fights that we see there are probably going to go the same, but for the sake of the story, Himawari and Rizu are going to both want to become ninja and are going to both join the academy. I didn't really like it personally, how Himawari, just didn't want to become a ninja, this, that. She was the youngest person to unlock the Byakugan. I just felt like it was wasted potential. So in this timeline, she's actually going to be in the academy currently with her younger brother, Rizu. And yeah. On the other hand, Raiju and Sarada are about 12 years old, so they will be participating in the Chunin exams as they do live within the Leaf Village. As I explained how Karin kind of lives in Leaf Village, and Sasuke still, continuously goes on missions and things of the sort. In these Chunin exams, I see a lot being different, but most of the fights, at least in my opinion, would go the same, except for a few fights. Those fights being Raiju versus Sarada, an interesting matchup, and Boruto versus Shinki. I see no reason why Boruto's not going to versus Shinki, but I do see Boruto being a lot stronger, just due to the fact that even though Naruto wasn't born with the Hashirama cells, I see no reason why they wouldn't be in his DNA, I guess you could say. So, Boruto, has Senju DNA. Not only that, but he has Uzumaki DNA, Hyuga DNA. So here I do see this Boruto being a lot more trained, if you will. And I see him regularly training with Sarada and Raiju, his kind of cousins. They've kind of established a relationship where they're cousins basically. And it kind of makes sense since Naruto and Sasuke are similar to brothers. Kinda, and Karin's technically related to Naruto since she is a Uzumaki. We don't know how distant that is though, but I think you guys get the point. But anyhow, this Boruto I think is actually going to have the Byakugan, but not only that, the Jogan. But in what way you may be asking? Well, first off, the Jogan develops because Naruto's the reincarnation of Indra, and Hinata, or sorry, not Indra, my apologies, Asura, and my apologies, and Hinata is the reincarnation of Hamura, at least to my knowledge. So that Otsutsuki reincarnation DNA, quote unquote, is able to make the Jogan. So I see Boruto still getting the Jogan, but I also see him having the Byakugan at his disposal, and so I see him actually being able to master the Byakugan, since if Himawari did it at the age of what I know to be 4, I don't see Boruto not being able to do it at 12. But it really just depends. Some people are different, right? But anyhow, Boruto's going to have the Byakugan mastered, and he's going to have the Jogan sometimes just come out whenever, really. It just kind of just activates randomly and at unknown times. So he doesn't really have a master of it, but he's talked to his family about the Jogan, but they've kind of just brushed it off, except for Naruto, who truly does believe he has a dojutsu similar to it, since he has the Jogan himself, and the eye he talks about is similar to what Naruto has, so he just sees it as maybe being passed down or something like that. Anyhow, Boruto still loses to Shinki, but not really loses. I see him actually tying Shinki here because if you don't know, he needed the scientific ninja tool first off to beat Shinki, where he used like the purple lightning jutsu, which is Kakashi's the purple lightning jutsu, and he also needed Sarada's help where they 2v1 Shinki. So, since this Boruto is much stronger, I see him actually being able to A, tie with Shinki, and B, not actually use the scientific ninja tool just to quote-unquote impress his dad. I was going to go with the scenario where he actually did use it, but I feel like just doing that would kind of take away from this Boruto's character, and I kind of want this Boruto to be more of a, I guess you could say, wholesome character, rather than the Boruto that most people hate. Anyhow, since Boruto, I see being a pretty good, versus Sarada, I see being a pretty good fight, as they are brother and sister, or twins, technically. So, brother and sister, same thing. Anyhow, Sarada getting into this fight would immediately activate her Sharingan. In my opinion, Raiju is more of a offensive person, wielding a sword, and already has about his 2 to 3 Tomoe Sharingan mastered, as well as having the reserves to match up with it. On the other hand, Sarada has the Uzumaki chains, and I do see her actually being able to have these. Why, you may be asking, if Karin kind of only got them because of her, being with Orochimaru and things of the sort. That was kind of the reason why she had it, and also, just her being an Uzumaki. But anyway, I see Orochimaru actually doing the same experiment that he did on Karin on Sarada by Karin's request. Since Orochimaru was kind of good here, he would do the experiment with a higher chance of success. Since Karin did survive, the success rate would just, automatically go up. But he'd also do this experiment with a less, I guess you'd say, threat of Sarada actually dying. Anyhow, Sarada has the Uzumaki chains. Not only that, but she has the 1 and 2 Tomoe mastered, and, she has them ready at her disposal. Not only that, but she has the reserves to back it up since she is an Uzumaki. Not only that, but she has a decently strong affinity for taijutsu and a little bit of a knack for genjutsu, but in genjutsu, Raiju basically outclasses her in most ways. Not only that, but Sarada possesses the ability to heal people with her chakra and the ability to heal herself with her chakra, contrary to her mother. And maybe I'm wrong, but I've never seen Karin actually use her ability to heal herself. I've actually seen moments where she needed to be healed by others. Maybe I'm just wrong about this, and just, maybe I need to rewatch the series, but I've actually never seen Karin heal herself. So, contrary to her mother, Sarada has the ability to heal herself by biting her own chakra and just, kind of like regurgitating it. I don't know, it's kind of weird and hard to explain. Anyhow, this fight would go pretty even for a while until Raiju started to not pity Sarada, because in Raiju's mind, Sarada was kind of weak, but he realized that his sister was pretty strong as they would continue their battle. Eventually, Raiju would get into a proper fighting stance as he would unsheath his sword. Sarada doesn't really carry a sword, so she would just unsheath a staff that she carries on her back and a kunai which she carried on her left hand. She would then go on the offensive as Raiju and Sarada would have a heart-filled battle where they would complement each other's attacks. Eventually, Sarada would be backed into a corner as Sarada would decide to unleash her quote-unquote ultimate weapon. This ultimate weapon was none other than her Uzumaki sealing chains, which she would be able to indecisively grab Raiju with and slam him to the ground with. Sarada would then be able to crush him with these chains and basically just slam him to the ground with them and cut his body up with them. Raiju would then stand up as he would activate his 3 Tomoe Sharingan, pouring as much chakra as he could into it, as he would basically continue on the offensive, but he would realize that he was unable to, having to switch into defensive as he would try to block each basically strike from the Uzumaki chains. Sarada would continue to pour chakra into them as they would continue to get stronger and stronger. Raiju would then back up and do a few backflips, deciding to use his quote-unquote ultimate weapon. I did not speak on this earlier because I kind of wanted to make this a surprise, but I have given a similar character like Raiju this ability, so if it's kind of familiar, bear with me. Raiju would then grit his teeth, slamming both of his hands into the ground as he would get into a kneeling-like position. Sarada would hold off her Uzumaki chains to wait for Raiju's attack and see what he had up his sleeve, as she would then use her chains in a defensive-like manner and in a blocking manner. Because she can manipulate the chains, I do see her being able to create a sort of shield of sorts as Raiju would continue to activate his jutsu. Raiju would then yell out, "Chakra Susanoo." Raiju really looks up to his father Sasuke and has seen him use some of his strongest attacks, like most notably Almighty Push, the Renegon, 6 pass abilities, to name many things. Not only that, but the Susanoo. Raiju actually really likes the Susanoo, its design, and everything of the sort. So ever since the day that he witnessed his father do it when he was 6 years old, he tried to mimic it with a jutsu because he knew that he wouldn't just get the Mangekyo Sharingan because it was very hard to unlock, and the circumstances were kind of grim to say the least. So he decided that he would mimic a jutsu that the Mangekyo Sharingan can do if you have both of them, which is known as the Susanoo. As Raiju yelled out Chakra Susanoo, he would remember every single time that his father had showed him a jutsu, and every single time that he was amazed at the jutsu. He would remember the hard work that he put in to even make said jutsu that he's about to release, the Chakra Susanoo, and would just remember how he had to bite tooth and nail just to, master such a jutsu. The whole stadium would gasp as chakra would pour out from Raiju's body. Maybe you guys noticed it while I was talking, maybe you didn't, but Raiju actually hasn't used any strong or high-skill jutsu in this fight. He's only been blocking and striking in this battle. Striking, he would be striking Sarada, my apologies, and Sarada's chains and things. But speaking about Sakura, she actually does have a family. Who, you may be asking, with? Rock Lee. It was never stated if, Rock Lee actually had, a wife, and, that wife is going to be Sakura in this timeline. Sure, they're not going to have the strongest of children, but their child is going to be Metal Lee. I'm not really sure on the circumstances of Metal Lee and his mom, but his mom in this timeline is going to be Sakura, and you guys get the point. Anyhow, back to the battle. A massive Susanoo-like being would appear, and this did not look like some ordinary Susanoo. It looked like the first stage of the Susanoo, where it's kind of like just a rib cage, as it would then start to grow. Arms would then appear, as legs would then appear as well. A head would then form, as horns would come to the skull of the head. This was a blue Chakra Susanoo. Raiju would then smirk, as he would ask Sarada if she truly does believe that she can still beat him. Sarada would nod her head, getting into a fighting-like stance, as she would tell Raiju that she believes that he can beat him, and that he will fail. Raiju would nod, His Susanoo would then expand, as it would now start to take on the form of a perfect Susanoo. Sarada would then drop her jaw just for a moment, as she would make sure that her stance did not falter, so that Raiju could not pick up any weaknesses in her defense. But it was too late. Raiju's 3 Tomoe Sharingan already realized that she had, been scared, she had been frightened, she had been surprised by Raiju's attack. Raiju would then smirk. "Now, take this." Raiju would then move the hand of the Susanoo, which would slam into the arena's surface and ground, whatever you want to say. Basically the bottom of the arena / tuning exam arena, whatever you want to call it. This would destroy a fraction of the arena, but it would only destroy where the Susanoo had hit. He had been able to perfectly regulate the chakra just to where he was trying to attack, as Sarada would jump away from the blast, and her shield of adamantium ceiling chains, or, the Uzumaki's chakra chains, would be able to easily block the attack. After that, Sarada would realize the destructive power of this thing, but as long as it was only on that level of destructive power, she knew that she'd be pretty fine, as Raiju would then smirk. Sarada, before fighting you, I thought that you were weak. I thought you were my weak twin, to say the least. But seeing your strength now, seeing how smart and how strong you are, and seeing that you are not useless, you are not weak, has shown me that I am not to hold back against you. So I apologize if this is rough, my sister. Now, Susanoo arrow, chakra style. Raiju would then pull his hand back and then forward, similar to a punch, as the Susanoo would then create an arrow in its hands as it would fire it. This chakra arrow would then be sent flying towards Sarada as it would break right through the chains and be very close to actually stabbing Sarada. Sarada would be surprised that she was technically almost killed by her own brother, as she realized that this was the Trinity exams. Things like this could happen. Things like this were in some cases meant to happen, as she would get up, immediately choosing, sorry for any background noise, immediately choosing to step back and basically run away. Yes, you may see this as being, bad. Yes, you may see this as being a wimp, whatever you want to call it, right? But she would run away. She would then push Chakra to her feet as she would run as fast as she could in circles around Raiju. Raiju would pick up on what she was doing as he would see sweat fall down from her forehead. So he would decide to continue her little trick, if you will. She would then continue to run around Rizu as we now have a time skip of 3 minutes. After these 3 minutes, Sarada would decide that she had enough chakra now in her feet and enough speed to deliver a strong enough attack to send Raiju flying, at least in theory. She would then kick Raiju, sending him backwards, basically. By that I mean he just goes backwards. But it wasn't enough to actually send him flying, nor knock him down, or anything of the sort, but it would send him backwards a little bit, destroying a piece of the arena, as he would tell Sarada that her kicks aren't too bad. Sarada would then smirk as she would say that she's not done, getting up into the air, as she would then slam her kick into the Susanoo's head. This would then make the Susanoo have a small dent and a small crack on its head, as Raiju would immediately lift up his hand to finish off Sarada. Sarada would then start to block as she would create her adamantium ceiling chain with what was left of it, as her adamantium ceiling chains at the moment were kind of on a bit of a downtime, if you will. By that I mean they were kind of like restoring themselves, because they were just kind of like blown through and like kind of broken just a little bit by Raiju's attack. Sarada would then block with this and chakra protecting her of her own, as Raiju would then create a sword with his Susanoo and another sword, both in his Susanoo's right and left hands, as he would slash Sarada. A few seconds would then pass as dust was created from the attack and the smoke/dust would disappear. Sarada was now on the ground, and Raiju was now on his knees, panting heavily as his Susanoo would disperse. Raiju would then fall to the ground as he would continue to breathe heavily. Raiju would breathe. The proctor would then jump down, seeing that Raiju was still, mobile and was still, not knocked out or, not passed out, as he would then declare Raiju the winner. And this is not a tie, though it kind of was similar to a tie, but if Raiju didn't waste any time, he could have easily defeated Sakura. Well, semi-easily, but you get my point. Anyhow, Naruto would then congratulate his, kind of grandson-ish, like nephew-ish, you get the point, on being able to pull off such an attack, as he would also congratulate Boruto on being able to pull through the Chunin exams, though he did lose to Shinki. And Himawari would also congratulate her older brother, even though he did lose, but Rizu really didn't care. He saw Boruto as a bit of a quote-unquote weakling, as Rizu was even a bit stronger than Boruto in some categories, even though he was much younger than him. Anyhow, we now have a new threat, which would basically just... And what and who is invading? Momoshiki. You see, Momoshiki's invasion is a bit, I guess you could say, later in this timeline, as he's coming a lot later. And either way, that's just how it's going to go in this timeline. As if it was the canon timeline, he would have come much earlier in the Boruto and just the Chunin exams in general fights. Anyhow, Momoshiki would appear as immediately people like Sakura, Shino, etc., would get all of the civilians away from the fight and would heal anybody who was hurt by rocks and, debris and things of the sort. Anyhow, excuse me. Anyhow, Naruto would then decide to basically fight Momoshiki, with Sasuke stepping in as well, as Sasuke was watching his children fight in the Chunin exams. He would then tell Raiju and Sarada, as well as Boruto, who was basically behind him, that they all did a good job in the Chunin exams and that they should get some rest. He would then immediately fight Momoshiki with Naruto, as I do see them doing extremely well here. There is no reason why I really have to explain this, but if they were able to take on a fused Momoshiki who had Kinshiki inside of him, technically, you know what I'm trying to say, inside of him technically, and they fused, I see no reason why he wouldn't be able to take out Momoshiki, that being Naruto, with Sasuke at his side, and they're both at 100%, because they did that both at 50%, so what do you think's going to happen if they're both at 100%? I see no reason why they're losing this fight. Either way, they would eventually push Momoshiki to a far enough extent so that they basically know that they were going to lose, as they had one other option to fuse, as they would, but it really wouldn't do anything, because at this point, Naruto and Sasuke are about, 85% of their chakra, not too tired out, and, they're strong enough to defeat Momoshiki fused with ease. I think each of them alone would be able to do it at this point, actually, especially since this Naruto is much stronger, and this Sasuke is much stronger. Anyhow, we would then see Sasuke continue to congratulate his children and tell them that they should strive to become high figures in society one day. But with that being said, I do still see the events of the manga playing out, and if you don't know what happened in the manga, well, basically this Otsutsuki comes, right? I won't disclose his name in case you guys haven't caught up on the manga or anything of the sort, but with that being said, I actually do see Naruto defeating said Otsutsuki, and the Leaf Village, being saved by Naruto, but not only Naruto, but Sasuke as well. I see the boy that Naruto's kind of fostered, if you know who I'm talking about, not going rogue, and a lot being different. But with that being said, I just see everything going peacefully, and I see Sarada's dream still to become the Hokage, as I see no reason why that would change, but I also see her wanting to do it so that she's recognized by most people. I also have this theory that two people are Hokages, of each bloodline, and if you don't really know what I mean, let me explain it. The first and second Hokages were both Senjus. The third Hokage was not a Senju, but he was a Sarutobi. Okay. Minato and Naruto were both technically, related, Uzumaki and Namikaze. Minato was Naruto's dad, you get my point. And then, the sixth Hokage was technically Kakashi, but we exclude him from the bunch because, he makes the argument a bit faulty. But anyhow, the seventh Hokage was then Naruto, which would make the Minato and Naruto being related thing make sense. I then think that the eighth Hokage is not going to be Sarada, because, it's just not going to be, but it's going to be Konohamaru. This would then mean that there was another Sarutobi being Hokage, and that there's now two Sarutobis who were Hokage in the timeline. Bear with me. Now, we would then see Sasuke, not Sarada, Sasuke, become Hokage. Why, you may be asking? I see to just keep the village in good shape. I see Naruto just stepping down from the high amount of work, Then Konohamaru comes in, right? And then Konohamaru may either just not like the stress, and something might just happen where he just doesn't want to be Hokage, right? Where then who steps up? Easy. Sasuke. Sasuke steps up to basically mentor Sarada and teach her what it means to be Hokage with Naruto and Konohamaru, who would then make it so that Sarada knows and understands, as Sarada would then be given the role of Hokage at the age of about like 20. I think this is pretty reasonable. As Sarada at this point would have the 3 Tomoe mastered. She'd be like easily Kage level plus. And I just see that being a good situation, as there would then be 2 Uchihas who became Hokage, 2 Senjus, 2 Saratobis, 2 technically Uzumakis, and 2 Uchihas. You know? And that's just how I feel like it's gonna go, because it like makes my theory true, and that's how I want this continuity to go. And yeah, but with that being said, I hope you guys all enjoyed this. I'm gonna make this into an all-part series, I believe. If not, I apologize. But with that being said, I hope you guys all enjoyed. Make sure to like, share the video to a friend. Like, so this is just anime content in general. This is the finale, or the grand finale, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, I hope you guys all enjoyed this series. It was a pretty fun ride with this one. I think this series has only been out for a few days, but I did double upload this series for a few days, so it makes sense that it was finished fairly quickly, if I will, or if I will say so myself, or do say so myself. It was finished in 5 days and 10 hours at the time of recording this, so if you guys didn't mind the speed of which I completed this series, but I think it was because I was having so much fun with it, and I was really able to be really creative with Naruto and his dojutsu, Sakura and her decisions, Sasuke and his path, you know, Sarada becoming Hokage, Konohamaru becoming Hokage, even Sasuke becoming Hokage, and I think I just made the right decision here. I was really able to be creative with the Raiju versus Sarada fight, and I just enjoyed making this series a lot, so thank you for giving me the opportunity to do so on a platform. Make sure to check out my second channel down below. I hope you guys didn't, hope you guys didn't mind this series, and I hope you guys all enjoyed it. But with that being said, my next series I already kind of have planned, and hope you guys enjoy that just as much as I do. But with that being said, Rami X loves you all, and